Thank you for the introduction. It's my fourth Industry Day. Happy Industry Day, everybody. It's a real exciting day of harness racing action, an 11-pack on the agenda. And I'm joined by friend and colleague. I'm his Tuesday night special from October to May at the Raceway Western Fair. He's going to be our Industry Day special today. Shannon Sugar Doyle. Thanks for being here, Shannon.
You know what? Great to be here. One thing I comment on when a horse reunites with a driver after winning, I'll say reunited and it feels so good. Well, here we are, reunited, and it feels so good. Industry Day. Glad to be here.
Yeah, you know what? It feels so good too. I get to work with both you and Gary Guy, two of my mentors, two of my best friends in this sport. So we're excited about it. But before we can get to all the wagering and our selections of the day, we're going to need those race changes, and Gary Guy is standing by with those for you.
And we should note that the track condition, of course, is listed as fast, and the announcer, as always, listed as slow. Note there are no changes in races 1, 2, or 3. No changes races 1, 2, or 3. In race number 4 and number 6, Delcrest Brent, changing from an open bridle to blinkers. Open bridle to blinkers on number 6, Delcrest Brent in the 4th. Races 5 and 6 have no changes. No changes races 5 or 6. In race number 7, note a missing line on number 9, D.A. McDreamy. Did race on Friday evening, 4th by 3 lengths in 153 and 1. Note that's the missing line. 4th by 3, 153 and 1. And also note Travis Henry was the driver. That's the 7th race, 9 D.A. McDreamy, raced here this Friday. Races 8, 9, and 10. Well, we actually have a change in race 10, but we'll add it in later. Note that in the 11th race, number 6, All-Star Maniac, open bridle to blinkers, open to blinkers, and flip-flops to steel up front. Fans, note just an update. Race number 10, we do have that scratch of number 4, Perfectly Chic. Race 10, scratch 4, Perfectly Chic. In race number 11, the Battle of Waterloo, note number 6, All-Star Maniac, open bridle to blinkers, and flip-flops to steel shoes up front. Flip-flops to steel up front. Once again, reviewing races 1 and 2 as race 1 starts the early daily double. There are no changes. It is 25 minutes to post time. I want to send things back down the trackside to our commentators and Sugar and Robert, and they're going to discuss the eliminations that we had 1 week ago today, the eliminations for the Battle of the Bells and the Battle of Waterloo. Robert and Sugar down in the grandstand with our commentary.
Gary, thank you for that, and we are in the captain's quarters here. All the VIPs behind us here. It's going to be a great day here at Grand River Raceway. But we want to get a look at the eliminations of both the Battle of the Bells and the Battle of Waterloo. We're going to pick up both those races at around the 3/4 pole and kind of just give you what we were seeing and what we like about them, and also get you a quick look at how those races finished up. So I think we're going to start off with one of the 2 eliminations for the Battle of the Bells, if we can get that up on the screen now. And I believe this is going to be the one that was won by Manhattan Mayhem, and of course it is. Yeah, there she is, Sugar. You can see Manhattan Mayhem making her move right now, number 6 there. What a brush by this horse.
You know what? Biggest move I've seen by any horse this meet at Grand River Raceway. We've not seen a 4-wide swoop, especially in a race like this. This was an incredible move. I've never seen anything like it this summer on the new 5/8 at Grand River Raceway. I got to peg that one as a single in the Bells.
Yeah, and she goes by good horses with ease, right?
Oh.
You know, I kind of thought that it had to be you closed up nicely for 4th. I'm interested in that one as a bit of a price play in the Battle of the Bells. We're going to look at the other elimination now. Which, I mean, again, we saw Bob McClure take down both of them. Now, he's going to actually lose his drive in the final as of right now with Perfectly Chic, but we'll get a look at the winner anyways. I mean, she raced absolutely fantastic for the victory in the elimination for the Battle of the Bells, and that, to me, was a 3-horse race. It's the way it played out, too. We can see it on the screen right now. Sugar and Wicked and Single on the lead. I thought maybe she was home free, but Perfectly Chic just would not be denied.
Right on. A Wicked and Single, big, long filly. When MacDonald made the move in front of the grandstand, she went by easy. I did not think she would get caught, but that Perfectly Chic, she showed up with a big one, but unfortunately, Connection's got a scratch sick today. We won't see her.
Yeah, I really thought that she was the clear one to kind of beat in there. Obviously, now Doug picks up the drive on Manhattan Mayhem. And the other thing is Wicked Pace. Try to go up the passing lane in that race. The passing lane has not really been the place to be, I think, here on the new surface. It might get better, but very tough to close to there.
It is. I've looked at other passing lane victories through this weekend. Maybe the passing lane at other tracks might be a little bit longer. This one is kind of short, so I haven't seen many get up the passing lane to win here at Grand Race. It can be done, but you better be loaded.
We've seen it, but you're right. You've got to be full of pace. But maybe Wicked Pace can be better this time around with a different kind of trip. And we'll move on to the Battle of the Waterloo. Eliminations. And listen, these Battle of the Bells and Battle of Waterloo, no short on talent. I mean, the bigger surface has certainly attracted the Bearcats, right? We've got the best 2-year-olds around, and I really think that this Battle of Waterloo is going to be one for the ages today, and we'll queue up that first elimination where the winner was the favorite, Stonebridge Wizard, but it wasn't easy by any stretch.
Was not easy at all. He took on all comers. And how about the big move by the gray Sterling Choice off the car from the 8-hole, was sitting up close, and Tyler Borth will get the call on the gray here today, but you know what? This is a really nice colt holding off the comers here. Stonebridge Wizard, and Bako does a really good job with that one.
Yeah, it had to, you mentioned, you just mentioned Sterling Choice.
Yeah.
Had to stick handle in the stretch as well.
To make the final.
Yeah, absolutely, to make the final. The other horse in there that, I thought was interesting was Out of Ice. The problem is Post 8. And we know Post 8 has been not impossible.
Not impossible. Very first winner of the meet came from Post 8. We didn't see much of that last summer. Grand River Raceway, the 5/8s, folks, it's a game changer here in Ontario.
Levels the playing field, still difficult, but Out of Ice is one I think you have to watch because I love the trip that he went. And of course, Carl Jamieson, he is the leader in Battle of Waterloo victories overall as a trainer. Let's look at the other division where Team Jamieson did get the job done, and boy, oh boy, was it ever an incredible effort by Fifth and 5, a horse that kind of was, getting some, interesting trips, hadn't broken through the victory yet, but did he ever break through in a big way in this elimination, Sugar?
Word was a locked and blocked start before that at Woodbine Mohawk Park, and there were rumblings that this horse was sitting on a big win, and of course shows up with track record speed. 2-year-old pacing colt over Grand River Raceway, 151-4. Did it quite easy too. I got talking to Jody afterwards. They've got some nice young rookies, the Jamieson barn, and this fellow was not at the top of their list early on this spring, but he skyrocketed in recent starts.
Yeah, he was kind of in Power Code's shadow, right?
Yep, for sure.
But now he's kind of broke through, and he's found himself, and he was incredible in that elimination. Like you said, Team Jamieson, there wasn't a lot of urging to the wire either. All-Star Maniac was the horse I backed in that elimination, and let me tell you, he did not get the best trip, and I thought was a rock-solid second to a horse that put forth, obviously, a track record time here at the River. But
incredible final 3 quarters on All-Star Maniac. 27 and change throughout on the back 3 quarters there, and he's still coming, charging like a freight train on the end. He's my top pick in there.
I like him for second in there. And the thing is, I don't think he's the easiest horse to drive. So if they can kind of figure him out and he can kind of be handled off the gate a little easier, we might see big things from him.
One thing about this 11th race Battle of Waterloo final, speaking to drivers, all meet. They want to leave behind the car. 4, 5, and 6 are behind the car here. Think about that all afternoon when placing your wagers here.
There you go. Great tidbit from Sugar there. Well, we're going to take a break right now, but we'll be back in about 8 minutes supposed to give you what we like in the early pick 5 sequence.
And fans, we draw your attention down to the winner's circle as we have our national anthem singer, Olivia Padfield. Olivia is 11 years old and attends Our Lady of Fatima School in Cambridge. She started playing piano when she was 2 and also plays violin and studies vocals. Olivia won first place in Stratford Kiwanis for musical theater and placed third at the Ontario Music Festival Association for a provincial standing. She plays violin for the Cambridge Youth Orchestra and is a member of the KW Glee. And later this fall, Olivia will make her acting debut with Theatre Wellesley. She enjoys performing the anthem and is proud to be here today. Please rise for our national anthem, sung by Olivia Padfield.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north, strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Nice job, Olivia. And good luck this fall.
All right, we're back. Sugar and I are back to the captain's quarters here, and you know what happens at 8 minutes to post here at Grand River Raceway. We always take a look at one of my favorite wagers, the early pick 5, and the stakes go up a little bit today, Sugar. $10,000 is the guarantee. We know it'll be big pools today for Industry Day.
These are must plays.
Absolutely, and Sugar and I love these wagers, the pick 5s, the pick 4s, those high 5s, and we'll be jumping up and in those all day long. But first, we're going to start off by taking a look at my ticket, the way I've mapped it out, and I think that from what I've seen, we're a little bit different in our opinions, myself, Sugar, and Gary on these tickets, so it's always nice to have some different opinions. But there's my ticket on the screen right now, and $12, kind of an economical ticket. I mean, right in the range I like to spend, usually about $9 to $12. And I'm starting off with the 1, 3, and 6 here in the opener to give the edge to the 3 big nipper. Right now, 4-1 on the odds board, but 3 deep, and what I think looks like a very competitive race. Amazing Wish I thought was so good. 2-year-old against older horses. I couldn't really go alone with that one. So 1, 3, and 6 in the opening dash. Then just the 3 and 5, Marvin Hagler and Andy Over. I think Andy Over might see a bit of a resurgence from that horse today. And he should be a bit of a price. So 2 deep in that one, 3 and 5 for myself. And then the 6 and 7, Funday and Cheddar Crossing. I love Cheddar Crossing, the 7 in race number 3. 8-1 morning line. Not sure we get that kind of price, but this is a horse that's already won before and a horse that's already exceeded the lifetime earnings cap in that race, but gets in based on the also eligible conditions. So I love the 7, Cheddar Crossing, and race number 3, my spot play of the day. First start for John Pentland, too.
I got to tell you, Rob, I got a bunch of them picked in there, and I have no 7. I might be kicking myself.
Well, I mean, I have to hope that's the case, but listen, I'll always cheer for you too, Sugar. And race number 4, the 5, McCollin, is a horse that I think that, last time was just electric, 52 and 3 track record speed here. Still has Travis Cullen back on the bike. Tough to go against. That's my single. There's others in there you could maybe use, but I singled up on McCollin in race number 4. And then race 5, that's where I'm going to spread out. I think it's kind of a wide open dash, top condition pacers, 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6. I give the edge to the 1, Thrilling Times. Very intrigued to see how this one races for trainer Rene Barassa, but I think it's a wide open dash, so I want to go pretty deep in that one. So $12 is the cost of my ticket. Let's get a look at Gary's ticket. I'll run through that quickly, and then we'll get to Sugar's ticket. And Sugar's been, picking some real nice multi-leg wagers recently.
Oh, don't tell me about it.
1, 3, and 4 for Gary here in the opening dash. So we're kind of similar. He's got the 1 and 3. He's out of the 4, Kanagami Heart in that dash. Just the 3 and 5 in race 2, so we're on the same page there. He's going to single the 5, Wayward Blue Chip, not one that I'm using in race 3. I do see the angle, though. I thought she looked pretty good before she made that break and stride last time out. The 4 and 5 in race 4, again, you have to have McCollin in there. And then Insanity is one that I think can bounce back. I picked him for 2nd. Don't have him on my ticket, but I can certainly see him winning that dash. 2, 4, 5, and 6 in that money. Like, he's not using the 1, Thrilling Times, who I'm fond of, but he does have the other ones that I like in there, $9.60. So again, we're in that $9 to $12 range we like to keep it to. But let's get a look at Sugar's ticket now.
Okay, well, we took a pretty good shot here Friday night. We missed. Took a pretty good shot yesterday at Clinton. Nobody played it, though. Come in, carry over next Sunday. Just saying. Here we go then. Pick 5 for me here at Grand River Raceway, 5 minutes out from race 1. I went 4, 6 in the opener. Number 6, Twin Beat, Nancy's Wish. Big price player, James McDonald. I got that one pegged as my top selection to start things up on this day at Grand River. Race 2, we went, pretty much behind the car. Marvin Hagler and Prince Archie. I was here for Prince Archie's latest and new lifetime best. I love them coming in when they're never better, right? That's what you're getting with the 4, Prince Archie, race number 2. The 3rd race I mentioned, you like that 7, Cheddar Crossing, and I mentioned going deep, and I got no 7. I'm sorry. Over into the 4th race, many will be keying up that 5, McCallan, track record speed, as you mentioned. You can look through the page. You'll not find 52 and 3 over Grand River Raceway on any other horse in the 4th. A single for many is that 5, McCallan in the 4th. And then we're going to go deep again in race number 5 on the end of the pick 5 play. This is a must play, folks, to start things up.
Very similar, similar structure for myself and Sugar. Obviously, we both can't be winners in this sequence, but hey, you know what? Hopefully, one of us locks down a winner. And yes, Sugar gave out the pick 5 in Clinton yesterday. Nobody played it.
Not even myself.
Not even himself. It was a carryover. pretty wild. So you
Yeah.
certainly want to get in on these wagers, guys. This is going to be a real nice pool here. $10,000 guarantee, low takeout, 15%. We'll be back after the post parade to take a closer look at the opening dash on Industry Day.
And fans, while we have a moment, just note that leading out our post parades today is Emma Christoforou. So note that Emma Christoforou will be leading out all of our post parades today. And the neighborhood kids area has some fun outdoor games, a petting zoo, and face painting and giveaways and more. So you can head on over to the neighborhood kids area. Have some fun. Also, note that the food trucks are here. Endless Inspirations and Berlin 95 and Megacone. And of course, there's also candy floss. Who doesn't love some candy floss? It's 1 minute to our first dash on this Industry Day from Grand River Raceway. And also, fans, note that COSA is broadcasting from our infield, and COSA also donated $100 gift cards for each winning groom. Field for race number 1, being led out on post parade by Emma Christoforou and One Amazing Wish. Travis Henry for Tess Waxman, who trains and partners with Carmelo Shime. Number 2 is Love Party. Jay Harris for Mike White-Nioski and Susan McKeegan owns. Number 3 is Big Nipper. It is Mike Horner, driving and training for owners Doug Wilson and Mark Horner. Number 4 is Kanagami Heart. It is Sammy Filia for Rafael Baressa and the owners J.F. Reed and Stefan Brousseau. Number 5 is Century Kiss Me. Daryl Thiessen for Ben Wallace and Wallace Standards and Terry Krawick. Number 6, Twinbee, Nancy's Wish, James Buttonup, Sean, Stacy, and Mark, and Natasha, Stacy, and Bertrand Gillespie. And number 7, She's Lawless, Tyler Moore for Shane Barrington and Max Stable. Field of 7, race number 1.
All right, just a couple minutes away to the opening dash on Industry Day, Sugar, and of course that pick 5 pool, 10,000 guarantee. Just over 7,400 in there right now, still an overlay. Make sure you get in that ticket, folks. It's a huge wagering opportunity, and there's going to be lots of those all day here at Industry Day. But in this opening dash, I mean, we have a bit of a difference of opinion. Same top 4, though. We got the 3 Big Nipper on the screen right now. This is who I went to on top right now, sitting at 5-1. So a horse that was a strong winner, 2 back. On the front end, last time out, trailing post, got shuffled back, made a nice move late, very wide in that final turn. But you know what I like about this horse, the connections, the Horners, they always send their horses ready, and I think they definitely want to win one on Industry Day with the Buttonup preferred later on today.
So huge.
I think that we're going to see Big Nipper go forward again, and that's why she's my top pick.
Got that one into a top 4 selection. As you mentioned, our top 4 are the same. Maybe box up on a Superfecta, 1, 3, 4, 6 in here. But Big Nipper, a daughter of All Bets Off. That we mentioned you can win from anywhere, win from any post, but that post 9 is tough. Just like in London, horses just don't want to leave from that trailing spot.
Exactly. The trailing post to me is kind of one of those things I try to steer away from as much as I can. And when they go nose back on gate, I think we're going to see this horse a little more fired up today in the early stages of this race. But let's look at now at the one Amazing Wish, 2-year-old daughter of Better's Wish. Could not have been an easier winner last time out. My problem is that was a race where, you know, she's in against, you know, fellow 2-year-olds. She did win with ease, and 56, obviously a great time. I just have a hard time backing her now when she has to face a field that's full of 3-year-olds.
One thing about this filly, though, does have plenty of gate speed. You don't see that, especially first start out. She's at the quarter in 27-3. Now, going up against the older horses, not going to be so easy to maybe brush to the lead. Rail spot, like I mentioned earlier, right behind the car is where you want to be with speed. That rail, it's tough to get away from here if you're a speed type horse.
Yeah, if you're a speedster, absolutely. Still the winningest post here over the new surface is that pole position. I like Amazing Wish in here. I think she can hold her own. I just didn't want to go there to short price. We're seeing that right now at even money. Now let's move on to Sugar's top pick, the 6, Twinbee, Nancy's Wish. And I know why I kind of like this horse. Well, winner last time, but also first time, James McDonald.
James McDonald is huge right now. I just did a piece at Atlantic Post Calls last week mentioning folks have come to me over the last few years, who's the best driver in racing? My answer was usually Dexter Dunn. But you know what? James McDonald goes by Dexter Dunn at the Meadowlands a couple of weeks ago with It's a Love Thing. Dexter is actually smiling at him. He's a big fan of James McDonald. I am too. King James takes the opener.
That's pretty cool, right? The best 2 drivers on both sides of the border. And, I mean, listen, James, he's just added the Meadowlands space to his trophy cabinet and just, you know, having an incredible run these last few years. Everything he touches turns to gold, and maybe Twinbee, Nancy's Wish from the 6 hole, especially if we see that speed off the switch from that one, which we have seen her do in the past. I think, anyway, she will get activated earlier in the mile this time out. Number 4, Kanagami Heart. This is an interesting one. A winner at Georgian Downs last time from post 9. My knock on it, though, was pretty easy to lead, 29-1.
I like this one. Post 9. That was outside post Georgian Downs, right?
Yes.
Remember, post 9 here, folks, if you're playing today, Grand River Raceway is a trailing spot. So kind of got my heart. Actually showing the gate speed there. In behind the car, post 4 where they want to be. Sammy Filion gets along well with horses at, you know, he's a busy guy. He puts a lot of miles on in the summer. Great to have him with us today, and you can count on him having this one in play in the early going.
All right, we're going to hand you over to the voice of Grand River Raceway, Gary Guy.
Thanks, guys. Enjoy your afternoon, and we'll be hearing from you plenty through the day. It's Amazing Wish and Love Party on the inside. Big Nipper, Kanagami Heart, and Century Kiss Me in the center. The outside, Twinbee, Nancy's Wish, and She's Lawless. And now it does look like we have a starter's recall. We have a starter's recall, so we will be having a momentary delay in the start of the first race. This Well, we'll find out exactly what was the cause of that starter's recall. Fans, note number 4, Kanagami Hart had broken equipment. The check had come off, so number 4, Kanagami Hart, just a quick adjustment, and we'll be rocking and rolling in the first dash of the afternoon. And while we have a moment, I'd like to remind you and tell you that the Bill Galvin Racing Alliance have their virtual reality game for you to play in the Grandway Events Building. So that Bill Galvin Racing Alliance with their virtual reality game here for you to play. And note it's in the Grandway Events Building. Field for race number 1 on a Monday afternoon from Grand River Raceway. Take 2. Amazing Wish, Love Party on the inside. In the center, Big Nipper, Kanagami Hart, and Century Kiss Me. And to the outside, Twin B Nancy's Wish, and She's Lawless. It's a field of 7. It's race number 1. It's post time. First of 11 dashes on this Industry Day card at Grand River Raceway. Fillies mares are in position. Field for race number 1 is at the start. And they're off. She's Lawless bursts out with also Century Kiss Me. Amazing Wish on the inside is going to blast out and take the lead now. Love Party, Century Kiss Me. Then She's Lawless and Big Nipper. Then it is back to Kanagami Hart and Twin B Nancy's Wish. Amazing Wish has the lead. Grabbed it quickly and leads by 2 1/4. She's Lawless on the outside is in pursuit of the front. Love Party inside third. Then it is back to Big Nipper and Century Kiss Me. Then back further as they race their way off the turn and come on towards us. That is Kanagami Hart, and Twin B Nancy's Wish is trailing the field. Amazing Wish is getting prompted along on the lead by She's Lawless at 40-1, but it's Amazing Wish, the even money favorite. Now She's Lawless is going to drop down to the pocket and sit on the back of Amazing Wish, who put up a 26-4 opening quarter and a half of 54-3. Amazing Wish, She's Lawless. Love Party is third. Now Big Nipper is on the move and Kanagami Hart has stepped out. Century Kiss Me, well back Twinsby. Nancy's Wish doesn't have it right now. They head on to 3/4 and it is Amazing Wish still with the front. Amazing Wish leads at a length and a half. Long shot, She's Lawless is wanting to pop out right now. She's Lawless at 40-1 is second. Big Nipper now is out 3 wide on the inside is Love Party. And then it is Kanagami Hart and Century Kiss Me. And Twin B Nancy's Wish, it's still Amazing Wish. Amazing Wish leads it. Love Party's been getting a lovely trip. Kanagami Hart is sent out wide. And She's Lawless is still in the hunt. On down the stretch drive they come. And Twin B Nancy's Wish is fanned out 5 wide in closing. Amazing Wish charging late. Now here it comes Twin B Nancy's Wish with Kanagami Hart. Twin B Nancy's Wish goes from last to first to win it. for James McDonald. Then Kanagami Heart and Big Nipper and Love Party 154 and 4.
154 and 4 to kick off the card. James McDonald, who else, right, wins it, sits off a hot pace. I mean, they're smoking here at the river today, as they have been all meat sugar. And how about this? We bring you onto the show today as the Industry Day special, and you give out a 7-1 winner in the opening dash.
You know what? I was waiting on her. I was hoping the pace would come back to them, and sure enough, these horses sitting at the back of the bucks. Big swoop, right?
And she's got a big wall of horses in front of her,
Right.
too, on the final turn. James angles her to the outside, shows her clearance, and she does the rest right here. A couple of taps here, and she gets past Kanagami Heart, the other horse that was closing from out of it, and then Big Nipper rounds out the trifecta. But one heck of a race. I mean, you could see Travis Henry looked over at Tyler Moore and said, nope, I can't let you go. 26 and 4, 54 and 3. It's a 2-year-old filly, second start of her career.
Yeah, I mean, when I saw the half 54 and 3, I'm thinking, I don't think I've ever seen a 2-year-old go a half like that over a half mile or a 5/8 track.
Yeah, especially right, second start of her career. I mean, she showed some pretty big fractions the opening panel last time, but you know, even money shot obviously goes down here in the opener. I think we'll see her probably rebound to do good things off that effort. But in any event, Twinbee Nancy's Wish, a horse that had won last time and against a bit of a softer group, I guess, pound for pound. You put King James up, and there you go, right to the winner's circle at 7-1.
Like it. Twinbee Nancy's with King James.
Yeah, you can't beat him, and you know what? You get 7-1 on him.
Oh.
That is a wild price.
When we mentioned her first, she's like 9-1, 10-1. We come back after a break, she's 4-1, and she actually goes back up.
Yeah.
Heck of a price on this one.
And back in front of us is the winner of race 1. It's number 6, Twinbee Nancy's Wish, a 3-year-old Better's Wish Brown filly by Mark and Natasha Stacy and Bertrand Gillespie. Sean Stacy, the trainer. James McDonald, the winning driver. It's the second win for Twinbee Nancy's Wish, second in a row and second lifetime. James McDonald and Twinbee Nancy's Wish kicks off our Industry Day 154 and 4. Note that's a new career mark for Twinbee Nancy's Wish. First race. Number 6, Twinbee Nancy's Wish, 1710, 773.80. 4, Kanagami Heart, 443.10. 3, Big Nipper, 370. $2 exactor, 57.30. Dollar try, $122. Dollar super, $294.20. The first race, so we finish from the top. 743-2615. Once again, top down, 743-2615. That first race order finish. Second dash up next. 8 minutes to post.
Twin B, Nancy's Wish gets the job done in the opener. And you know what? I didn't even realize it when we did the post-race, Sugar. A cold exacta for you, over $50. Wow, great start to the card for my man Sugar Doyle. Great handicapping there, and we're both alive in that that pick 5 wager, which is nice as well. Keep on trucking, 7-1 shot. Hopefully you're alive too. Should be in store for some real good payouts on this industry day. But whether you're alive or not, you got to get on the early pick 4 starting right here in race number 2. We've got a 5,000 guarantee this time around, so doubled from our normal guarantee, and that low takeout of 15%. We're going to look at our tickets, and this time we'll also look at Conley's ticket as well. Conley's been doing some great work with us here handicapping throughout the season at Grand River. And there's my ticket. Pretty inexpensive, $4. We start off with a 3-5 here. Marvin Hagler, Andy Over. Andy Over is the horse I'm really intrigued by, hoping that price of 6-1 kind of holds. Confidence builder last time, a heart-building winner, Sugar would say. I like his chances a lot here. We'll go 2 deep with the 3 and 5. Just the 6 and 7. That's Funny and the 7, Cheddar Crossing, my spot play of the day in race number 3.
I like what you said about that horse.
Well, listen, I hope so. I mean, you know, the horse is kind of hidden in the program. And then, of course, McAllen in race number 4 is my single again, just like the pick 5. Going to keep it pretty inexpensive. And then we're going to go with a 5 deep in race number 5. Wide open looking event. I think you might see a price in there. Very intrigued by the 1 Thrilling Times, though. First start, Rene Barassa. We're going 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6. $4 for a 20-cent ticket. And the guaranteed pool is actually $5,000, not the $2,500 you see on the screen. Let's get a look at Sugar's ticket now.
All right, we got about 6 minutes. 6 minutes left for wagers here. Race 2, the pick 4, starting up. I got talking to you briefly following that race. Tough to handicap this Grand River meet. I changed things up a few weeks ago. I started making my picks a little earlier, a few days earlier, even before the morning line came out. It's working well for me. So we started off okay. Let's keep it going into race number 2. Number 3, Marvin Hagler. He's a must play. A lot of people will have this one included in the opening leg of the pick 4. I was here for Prince Archie's new mark in the latest here, July 29th. He parked through a quick quarter, 27-2. Steve Hudon settled him down into a nice second quarter breather, 30-2. This horse is really, really good when on the lead. He's very tough to catch. I've seen him win lots in London that way. So Prince Archie, I like this horse, 4-1 currently. I'm going deep. 5 deep in the 3rd. I don't have your 7. Likely kicking myself following race 3, but we'll see how that goes. Many singling up that track record holder, McAllen, in the 4th. For me, he's like 3 seconds better than the majority of the field in there in the 4th race. Deepest of all, race 5. 6 deep on the end. And, yeah, I think that's where you got to hunt for a price, because you're not going to get much of a price for McAllen if he happens to win race number 4.
Yeah, I agree with you completely. I think that's the wide open dash in the sequence. And, you know, at race 3, Sugar, I mean, I went, you know, try to take a stand with the outside too. But I do agree, like, if you don't like a horse in there, you've got to go deep, because it's such a difficult race to handicap. But $12 is Sugar's ticket for a 20-cent wager. Again, the guarantee pool is $5,000.
There's a horse coming in there in that 3rd race from the Maritimes. I know the tracks of Summerside and Charlottetown. It's been in Ontario before, training down, but for owner Suzanne McKeegan of Nova Scotia, I do know Sue, and she'll be hoping for good things for Funny at a post 6 in the 3rd.
And 58-3 for a qualifier over Summerside. That's a pretty big mile.
That's a big mile. Summerside, maybe a second or 2 slower than Charlottetown, so that is, in fact, a huge mile for Funny over Summerside.
There you go, Funny, a horse that we both like in race number 3. We'll get a look at Conley's ticket. We got 4 minutes right now until race number 2 and the start of this early pick 4. We'll get a look at Conley's ticket and what he likes throughout this sequence. He actually had a just miss recently. He was alive to a big pick 5 ticket with some multi-$1,000 payouts.
Wow.
And Didn't get it down, but he's been knocking at the door of a big one. And here's his pick 4 ticket here, starting in race number 2, the 2 and 3. So Impressive Dude, a horse that actually likes it here at the river, and he's a speedster. So one that I don't have on my ticket, you don't have in your ticket, Sugar, but Connolly's going to use him along with Marvin Hagler, the must-use in this dash. And then the 3 and 5 in race number 3, so Jess, Bright Idea, King James. Don't want to leave him off your ticket too much today. And then Wayward, Blue Chip, 2, 3, 5 in race number 4. So he's got a couple horses along with McCallan in there, Grateful and Zip Me Up. Again, James McDonald and Louis-Philippe Bois. He's going with the top drivers, right, at Mohawk Park. And then race 5, the 1 and 4, Thrilling Times, Woodmere, Roll and Pop. Those are the 2 logical ones. I see where he's going there. Just $4.80 for a 20-cent ticket.
Here in this second race opening leg, I see that Connolly has selected Impressive Dude. I've got the sheet in front of me, the early draw sheet, where Louis-Philippe Bois had a choice of a couple in here. He gave up the 6 to drive this 2, Impressive Dude, something to consider.
Yep. He does own the 2, though, so he had to take that one.
That's why you're always there,
it's
and I'm
okay.
sometimes here.
It's okay. So yeah, when a driver owns one, they do have to drive them. So didn't have a choice there. But you're right. Villefranche is a horse that he has tremendous success with. Now you get James now, 5th time aboard on that one today. Maybe King James can work some magic with Villefranche, but I see where Connolly's going with Impressive Dude. One we don't have, but hey, Speedster inside Louis-Philippe Bois might put us out of this pick 4 and pick 5.
Louis' been here quite a bit this summer too. He has the he has that the edge over some of them. Some of the drivers you'll see coming in today from Woodbine Mohawk Park, they've only been here maybe 1 or 2 nights. Louis' been here plenty.
And you know what the thing is too, drivers take so much pride in horses they own.
Right.
And I noticed that he's here a lot on nights that he has one in that he owns. He comes out and then he picks up obviously a lot of drives. So obviously there's a monetary factor. All that much sweeter when it's a horse that they own, and he owns obviously a piece of the 2, Impressive Dude.
And I've been down here with our racing team, Amy, Greg, myself. We've been here all meet, and I've seen who's trending in the driver's room. Guys that have been here all meet, guys like Brett McDonald, Jason Ryan, Scott Cole, they've had some luck. They've figured this. Jason Ryan figured this track out early in the meet, and he's been to the winner's circle many times.
And there's some big nuances to it, right? We've seen that. I mean, first over is not a bad place to be over this surface, and I think we'll see that play out today. Obviously, closers won the first, but we'll see if there's a bias that develops throughout the day. Just a minute or so, so they'll be coming on the track for race number 2. Yeah, keep in mind, folks, in race 10, number 4, Perfectly Chic, likely favorite in the Battle of the Bells, has been scratched. Pretty late scratch, sick for Perfectly Chic in race number 10. Keep that in mind.
Yeah, and you mentioned first up, not a bad idea. Being on front, not a bad idea here. We mentioned Perfectly Chic, the replay. We've never seen a horse make that move at a Grand River, so it's tough to come wide on that final turn.
Absolutely, and not an easy surface to do it, but we'll see how the rest of the day plays out for maybe a track bias and what prices come in. We're off to a good start with a 7-1 winner for Sugar in the opening dash. We'll be back in a moment or two, take a closer look at race number 2.
Fans, while we have a moment, I'd like to thank our great friend Wiback Farm. And if you head to the Grandway patio, you'll find an amazing cooler full of family goodies. You can scan a QR code and enter this. They have a free draw, and you can win a complimentary gift and also grab a bottle of water. Field on parade for the second. 1 Boom and Bust, Travis Henry for Michelle LeBlanc and Carl Bagnall. Number 2, Impressive Dude, Louis Bois for Eric Nadeau and Michel Letarts. 3 is Marvin Hagler, Brett Madonna for Mark McQuarrie and Mary Pedden. 4 is Prince Archie, Steve Houdon for Laura Toscani and Gino Toscani. 5 is Andy Over, Eddie Hensley for Ashley Hensley. Number 6, Villefranche. It's James Madonna for Mark Goddard and Howard Kaufman of Bryn Mawr and Joshua Kaufman. And number 7 is Woolen Act, Tyler Moore for Kenny Ellis. Field of 7, race number 2.
Just moments away from race number 2. That pick 4 right now, $3,300 on that guarantee of $5,000. Still an overlay. Make sure you jump in on that one starting right here in the second dash of the day. There's Andy Over, my top pick. I know one that you're not fond of today, Sugar, but we've seen this horse a lot, on the beat tracks. You and I, even at the Raceway at Western Fair, we've seen him there. The reason why I went to him is he's a horse that can kind of live on the outside. We've seen that kind of work here at the River, and got that heart-building win last time. It looks fantastic on the track right now, too. Looks pretty fired up out there. And I just thought that this, after that confidence boost, maybe he can kind of find his old ways. He's a hot and cold horse. So when I think he wins, he's feeling it again. He's 7 for 24 in the season. I like him at a price. He's 5-1 right now.
He's had a long campaign. I've seen him lots in London over the winter. His season's marked there in London, 57 flat. I love this look. His presence on track right now. Ed's got himself a handful here, Robert.
Yeah, he's feeling good about himself, Andy Over. I mean, we'll see what kind of trip he goes today. But yeah, he's definitely a handful for Ed right now. And again, I just thought he was a bit of a value player.
Team Hensley doing it well. Eye of an Eagle, big price.
Oh.
He's even money. 3 starts ago. What is he? 23-1
You got
winning here last
23-1
week?
on him. Absolutely. Wow. That was another big time pick from you, Sugar. Let's get a look now at number 3, Marvin Hagler. I mean, he's the horse, like you said, he's a must-use in here.
Yeah.
I absolutely agree. I think he's the clear horse to beat. Now, last time out, wasn't able to use Lasix and Clinton, and he wasn't able to catch Charmbo Prince, who, I thought maybe he could have won that race, Marvin Hagler, but he ended up being a good second. But before that, was a rock-solid winner right here at the River in this class. So the clear one to beat in here.
I could see the Hagler racing up close and winning this race. Marvin Hagler, you can look down the program back in May. He's second best in a 55-4 mile. We don't see trotters go in 55 over London too often. The Hagler did it. Look for the Hagler to have a big one in him today. 3-2 right now. That's about right. He's such a consistent trotter, handsome dude as well.
Yeah, I think it's a fair price. I agree with that. And you know what? He can do it from anywhere, right? He can go to the front. He can take air. He can race from a helmet. I mean, Marvin Hagler's a very versatile type. Obviously, Brett McDonald knows him well, and I think that we're going to see good things from him today. A look at the 4 Prince Archie. Now, one that you've elected to use in your multi-leg wagers. I haven't pegged for third. You've got him pegged for second. This horse was a winner at first asking. First start of his career right here at the River over the half-mile surface. He sports a pretty good record here in Elora. 4 wins out of 8 starts, every single time on the board.
We speak of Marvin Hagler having a good look. Prince Archie, he's all that and more as well. Very handsome son of Archangel. When he makes front, folks, he's very tough. Here last week, when he made front 27-2, I thought, well, he got stung there. But then he got that nice breather in, 30-2 through the second quarter, and then he trots on to a lifetime best. 55-4, we have not seen his best just yet.
I don't think so. And you know the thing that's interesting of Prince Archie, right? 8 for 22 this season, wins his way up the class ladder. Now he's facing real seasoned racehorses, and he's competitive. He's likely going to pop in this preferred at some point. Maybe it's today at 7-1. The 2, impressive dude, again, trained by Eric Nadeau. Part owner Louis Philippe will drive another horse for the course here. 9 starts here in Elora, 3 victories, 2 seconds, and a third. And he's a speedster. I mean, that's his big threat here, is that he might try to go out there and wire them from post 2. I don't think Louis wants any other trip than maybe the front or the 2-hole.
The more I'm looking at this race, the lines, the more I'm seeing too much speed, and maybe it's Andy Over that's going to pick up the pieces in the late going.
Well, you know what? I mean, that would be a good number for yours truly.
Yep.
One other value player real quick, Sugar, the 1 Boom and Bust horse you've got pegged for 4th.
Yeah, you know what? I mentioned speed. This one gets away cleanly, likely to ride up along close 3rd, 4th maybe, and maybe for a piece of that superfecta.
All right, race number 2 is heading to the gate. We're going to pass you off once again to Mr. Gary Guy.
It is Boom and Bust on the inside with the impressive dude. In the center, Marvin Hagler, Prince Archie, and Andy Over. To the outside, Villefranche and Woolanack. It's a field of 7. Race number 2, second dash on a Monday night at Monday afternoon at Grand River Raceway. Field of 7 for the second. And the field for the second race. In position on the gates. They're at the start and they're off. And it is Villefranche who's going to drive up with Impressive Dude. Then Prince Archie and Marvin Hagler. Now Marvin Hagler is third. Prince Archie is taking back, looking to find a seat on the pylons fourth, and will be able to do so. Then it is Boom and Bust, and Andy Over is second last right now, and Wolenack is trailing. Villefranche made a break in stride, and it is Impressive Dude who's got the lead, and that is Marvin Hagler second down. Prince Archie is racing third. Then it is back to Boom and Bust and Andy Over and Wolenack, and then Villefranche has to make a huge recovery. Impressive Dude has got the lead for Louis Bois. Impressive Dude, Marvin Hagler, Prince Archie third. Boom and Bust is racing fourth. Then Andy Over, and Wolenack is positioned 6 off that 26-4. Opening quarter of the field heads up towards the half, and Impressive Dude and Elroy's got a lead of a couple of lengths right now. Marvin Hagler is second. Prince Archie moving to the outside is racing third. Boom and Bust on the pylons, fourth at 14-1. And Andy Over is still fifth, and Wolenack is sixth. And now Prince Archie's bursting onto the scene and is challenging Impressive Dude. Prince Archie takes the lead. Impressive Dude is second. Boom and Bust wheeled out and is racing third. Wolenack from the backfield now is kicking in hard. Marvin Hagler is locked on the inside fifth, and Andy Over is sixth. 3/4, 125-1. Prince Archie the one to catch, but Wolenack is coming quickly. Boom and Bust is third. Impressive Dude is racing fourth, and then it is Andy Over, and Marvin Hagler in the field is about to turn for home. Prince Archie, Wolenack from off the pace has moved right up to take over second, and Boom and Bust. On down the stretch route they come. Prince Archie is sharp all the way in the lane. Prince Archie is clear and driving at the finish. Boom and Bust gets second. Marvin Hagler and Wolenack, mile of 155-2. Prince Archie.
Prince Archie, 155-2, new lifetime mark. You know what you called it, Sugar? You said that might be in store to see a lifetime mark from him today. He does exactly that. Big effort. First over brush to the lead over the speedster Impressive Dude. And then, you know, the horse did the rest for Steve Houdon. He was gonzo. You know, so some decent, you know, prices kind of underneath as well. I mean, you like Boom and Bust for a piece of it. Mm-hmm. Well, that one getting up for second. Nice trip for that one, too, at 14-1. Yeah. Right now, I'm wishing I just boxed your selections.
Well, we're off to a pretty good start. You know, Prince Archie, the confidence is huge right now. Even the confidence in the driver, Steve Houdon, to make that move first up, going into a pretty quick 3/4 and trotting home with a new life vest now. Prince Archie, never better.
Yeah, and I said, you know, we're not going to be long before we see him win a preferred. I didn't think it'd be today. I had him pegged for third. I didn't use him in my pick 4 or my pick 5, so I'm now to the sidelines. You're still kicking, though, with this horse at 3-1 and likely another, you know, decent knockout. In these multi-leg wagers, and Prince Archie had been doing good things. I mean, this is a horse that was still racing in those non-winners lifetime classes not long ago, but, you know, really built his confidence up, racking up the victories, and then when he got up against tougher, he's just really taken to it, and now he wins preferred.
Oh, and he's so good looking, too. We mentioned Marvin Hagler's a looker. Prince Archie, check him out, folks. He's a handsome dude, and he's got a bit of swagger coming back when he has just put up a lifetime best. Take nothing away from the 7, Wolenack. Huge move on that final turn. Just carried wide, a little too long, maybe flattened out a bit. But tell you what, Kenny Ellis, Todd Moore do a fabulous job with that Wolenack.
And Marvin Hagler, the 2-1 horse in there, wanted to circle for next time, got shuffled back a bit, kind of stick-handled late, a decent third. So circle him up for next time.
Right on.
And back in front of us is the winner of race number 2, number 4, Prince Archie, 4-year-old Archangel Bay gelding, owned by Gino Toscani, trained by Laura Toscani. Steve Houdon, the winning drive in a new career best time, 155-2, 9th win on the year, 14th lifetime, Prince Archie. the second race payouts. Number 4, Prince Archie, 845.10, 261. Boom and Bust, 1470. And $5.03, Marvin Hagler, 270. The double of 6 and 4 is $133.70 on a $2 ticket. $2 exactors, $66.50. Dollar try, $113.95. Dollar super, $1,375.25. The second race order finish from the top down is a 263-1574. That is 263-1574. Third race is up next. Post Davis in 6 minutes. Once again, I just want to thank Wiback Farm and note that, well, you can head on over, and thanks to Wiback Farm, you can head to the Grandway patio and you will find an amazing cooler full of family goodies. Scan the QR code and enter a free draw to win, and also you can grab a complimentary bottle of water thanks to Wiback Farm and the Grandway patio. And there's a look at Emma Christopher leading our post parades, leading all of the parades this afternoon. And on post parade 1 is My Mom's an Ace, Brett McDonough for Brian Eckenstein and Debbie Eckenstein. Number 2, Shemar's Lady Lucy, Austin Sorry for Joe Pereira and Sheila Lewis. Number 3, Jazz Bright Idea, James McDonald for Blake McIntosh and Hutt Racing and Tim Klemenczyk. Number 4 is Beach Games, Travis Henry for Francis Dumichel and John Enright. 5 is Wayward Blue Chip, Louis Waugh for Blake McIntosh and Clancy Farms. Number 6 is Funny. It's Jay Harris for Mike Whiteniowski and Susan McKeegan owns. And number 7 is Cheddar Crossing, Bob McClure for John Pentland and Hutt Racing. Field of 7, race number 3. Post time shortly.
Race 3 now on the track, and we're 2 legs into the 2 legs into the pick 5, 1 leg into the pick 4. If you're still alive, good luck. Nice prices so far on the card. But now we're going to kick off a pick 3 here in race number 3. There's my top selection, the 7 Cheddar Crossing spot play. Sugar, I expected a bit of a price. I mean, 8-1 morning line. Thought the horse was kind of hidden. I do think that she is hidden in the multi-leg wagers, but not right now vertically here. 9-5 action coming. The thing for me is first start, John Pentland. This is a horse too that 5 starts this season, not much luck before moving to the Pentland barn, but last year has already lit the lamp. Did so in a prospect series as a rookie, and I just think that there's more there. The qualifier to me, I thought was much better than the line indicates. Bob McClure aboard, and a horse that I'm quite fond of today. 8-5 right now here, but obviously I think a much better number in the multi-leg wagers.
Right on. Cheddar Crossing is one that I missed in my multi-legs, and like I said, I'm likely going to be kicking myself after the might be kicking myself.
Well, I mean, you're still alive, so I will cheer for you, right? Because I like to see my buddies win. I'm not alive anymore in the picks, but here we go. Nice little, just turn, for a score down here.
I like
nice little light and easy, but looks pretty sharp on the track, pretty smart. And again, a horse that, look at that qualifier, got beat 17 lengths, but I wouldn't read too much into that. 57-3 is still likely, good enough to now transition here for the real thing at Grand River. Post 7, though, obviously a little bit tricky. We'll go to your top selection now. My second choice, the 6, Funny, a horse that comes in from the East Coast. And I know you likely know a lot more about this one than I do.
Well, I kind of do. I know a lot more about the connections, actually. Sue McKeegan out of Nova Scotia, know her well. Her lesser half, better half, let her. Blaine McKenna is the trainer you're seeing through the qualifiers and what have you there. And he sent this one out over Summerside, his home track. That 58-3 qualifier, huge. Now, obviously, there's plenty of gate speed, 29-3 over Summerside to open it up. Not bad in a qualifier. Now, I'm thinking to myself, this is when things are ramping up in PEI. Old Home Week is just around the corner in Charlottetown. So why is Blaine deciding to send this filly up to Ontario? Well, obviously, he likes that qualifier, and he's thinking, maybe I got a monster on my hand here. Let's give her a shot in Ontario. So she's not here to lose. And as mentioned, I do these picks now before I see any morning line. Did not expect to see her as the longest shot on it, but I've made her my top play. I'll wish those hometown connections well. Blaine McKenna grew up around the track with him. I've known him for like 40 years.
Wow. And in 5-1, I think it's a fair price on her. And for me, obviously I like the qualifier for her, but I went to the 3-year-olds, right? I went too deep in here. 6 and 7, 3-year-olds facing youngsters.
Yeah, I tend to go that way too. We saw a 2-year-old in the opener, and she was just too fired up, down to the half 54-3. When the 2-year-olds, folks, are meeting the olders, the 3- and 4-year-old types, it's very tough for them to go against.
Right. And number 5, Wayward Blue Chip, no surprises, was taking support 7-2. Was 4-1 last time out. sat fourth much of the mile, looking maybe angling to the outside in the stretch, then made that miscue, took herself out of contention, did finish with broken equipment. I think 72 is a fair price, one I kind of thought can hit the ticket.
Right on. Blake McIntosh, trainee, 2-year-old daughter of Tall Dark Exchanger. Blake McIntosh sending out Sterling Choice in the Battle of Waterloo. Co-owner Ozzy with us on track today. Shout out for Ozzy McKay out of Nova Scotia.
And we both went to the one, my mom's an ace, or the 3 Jess's bright idea as our players underneath. Both, I think, maybe fringe players in here, but ones you want to use on the exotics. But they're going to the gate, folks. We're going to hand you off to Gary Guy.
And it's a field of 7 for race number 3. My Mom's an Ace. Shemar's Lady Lucy on the inside. In the center, Jess Bright Idea, Beach Games in Wayward Blue Chip. And to the outside, Fun A and Cheddar Crossing. It's a field of 7, the third dash on a Monday afternoon at Grand River Raceway. They're into the backstretch, gathering speed approaching the start. Field 4, the third race, is at the start and the rough. And Fun A is going to leave well with the Cheddar Crossing on the outside. Now bursting through Beach Games and My Mom's an Ace on the inside. And then it is Wayward Blue Chip, Shemar's Lady Lucy and Jess Bright Idea. And it is Fun A with the lead. But now Wayward Blue Chip is looking to make her way to the front. And it is Wayward Blue Chip coming on. Wayward Blue Chip is going to clear the lead now over Fun A. And Beach Games is third. Then it is Cheddar Crossing and My Mom's an Ace, and then it is back further to Beach Games as they race their way off the turn. And that opening quarter was 28-2, and trailing right now is Jess Bright Idea, Wayward Blue Chip, and Louis Bois has a lead of about 2 1/4 over Fun A. Beach Games is third. Cheddar Crossing is racing a position to fourth as they work their way, a rather racing position to fourth as they work their way into the backstretch. And then on the inside, My Mom's an Ace is fifth on the inside. Shemar's Lady Lucy, and back to Jess Bright Idea. Now quickly coming on and making a big move is Cheddar Crossing, and also My Mom's an Ace is moving up. And Cheddar Crossing is dueling with Wayward Blue Chip now. Wayward Blue Chip's lead is down to just ahead of a half of 57-3 and an opening quarter of 28-2. Wayward Blue Chip, Cheddar Crossing. Fun A is on the inside third. My Mom's an Ace is racing fourth. Shemar's Lady Lucy, 3 wide from the backfield in Beach Games, is on the inside racing sixth. 3/4 in 127, and Shemar's Lady Lucy is coming on very sharply. Cheddar Crossing has a lead now against Wayward Blue Chip, who's trying to fight back. Cheddar Crossing and Wayward Blue Chip as the field comes on down the stretch. Drive up the inside is Fun A. Shemar's Lady Lucy, but it is Wayward Blue Chip to re-emerge and win it. Wayward Blue Chip wins it. Fun A was second. Then third, Cheddar Crossing, and fourth is between Beach Games and My Mom's an Ace. The third dash goes to Wayward Blue Chip and 156-3.
Number 5, Wayward Blue Chip, was intent on having that lead in the early stages. Sugar gets to the front, and they just couldn't get past her. I mean, the Fun A actually, nice trip from the from the 2-hole, and my top pick, Cheddar Crossing, I thought was a solid effort first over. Tried to get more forwardly placed off the gate. The problem is when horses you're inside leave out of there like that, you're kind of stuck to kind of take a hold and look for a spot, and that's what Bob did. But a horse that was driven with intent today, but just couldn't get to the leader. But nevertheless, you're still kicking in this pick 5.
Still kicking. I like it, and you know what? If we can take this one down, we might get paid. You know what? I noticed about this one right off the bat, 28-2, not a quick quarter at all over Grand River Raceway. So Louis in complete control. Very tough to go by a leader putting up those kind of soft fractions in the early going.
Yeah, she, the thing is, too, she's one of the 5 2-year-olds in the race. But one that, last time out obviously took support on the board, and I thought, had some horse before making that miscue. We get the 2 3-year-olds underneath. I mean, Fun A, good account of herself, right, in her first start in Ontario. Good trip, but kicking on at the wire.
You know what? As I mentioned, she's not here for nothing.
Yeah.
This is when things are ramping up back east, the Maritimes. Old Home Week just around the corner. Fanay decides to come up here to Ontario. There's a reason for that.
Yeah, we'll probably see her find the winner's circle pretty soon. And Cheddar Crossing, if she can get back to a similar class, I'll come back to her. I mean, first over a long way, kind of steppy, right? Steppy at times throughout that
Right,
mile.
yeah.
May have, cost her a little bit. And obviously, too, first start since May 30th. So, she likely needed it.
Something to build on for sure, Robert.
Yeah, absolutely. But there it is, Wayward Blue Chip, winner of race number 3.
It's a 5-6-7-4 top 4 in the third dash, and Wayward Blue Chip in the winner's circle. 2-year-old Tall Dark Stranger Bay filly, owned by Clancy Farms, trained by Blake McIntosh, and Louis Waugh, the winning driver. Wayward Blue Chip's first win, just your second career start. Mile of 1:56.3. Wayward Blue Chip. The third race payouts 5. Wayward Blue Chip 11.45.60 and 3.40. 6 Fanay 5.40 and $4, and 7 Cheddar Crossing 2.90. $2 exactor 53.60. Dollar try 156.80, and a 20-cent super of 674.70. Kaboom! third race over a finish from the top. So 5, 6, 7, 4, 1, 2, 3. That's 5, 6, 7, 4, 1, 2, 3.
As a leader in online horse betting, access thousands of live races from hundreds of tracks worldwide instantly. Enjoy the most advanced betting tools like AI Smart Picks and exclusive cashback rewards you won't get anywhere else. Join today and get up to $100 in free bets. Get the ultimate horse betting experience with HPIBet.com.
Field 4, race number 4. On Post Parade. One is Talismano. Sammy Fillion drives for trainer Mark Goddard. The owners Howard Kaufman of Bryn Mawr and Joshua Kaufman. Number 2 is Grateful. Louis Bois for Marie-Helene DuPont and CSL Stable and Gar Racing. Number 3 is Zip Me Up. James Montana for Mark Goddard and Howard Kaufman of Bryn Mawr and Joshua Kaufman. For Insanity, Jason Ryan for Ben Hollingsworth and Mike Goldberg. Number 5 is McCollin. It's Travis Cullen for Timothy Cherweko and Gary Green. And 6, Delcrest Brent. Steve Houdon for Laura Toscani. And Steve shares in ownership also with Laura Toscani, who also is the trainer. Field of 6, race number 4. Trotter is reporting to the gate very shortly.
Race number 4 on tap. Here we got a really nice field, top condition class trotters. And Sugar, we both were just saying that we thought we would see a number 5, McAllen, be a heavy favorite. We see that right now down to 3 to 5. Track record time last time. I mean, he raced out of his skin, an incredible effort. And you know what? You look down the line there, got his lungs opened up 2 back at Mohawk Park. And before that, when he made those multiple miscues, he likely would have won if he stayed flat just the second time. One miscue, he maybe wins 3 starts ago here, but both of them took himself out of contention. And I believe he's named after the expensive Scotch whiskey, the McAllen. I was at a wedding on Friday night. My friend Taylor and Christine, they both got married, and we saw the bottle there. Didn't try any, but I think that's what he's named after. In any event, tough to beat this horse.
Very tough and very hard to go against. He's got a bit of a swagger about him today too. Well, he's out there looking very confident, nice and easy. Like the fact that he's not hot at all. He's 52-3 over Grand River Raceway. Folks, this is the fastest trotter ever thus far on this brand new 5/8 mile track. We saw him last week, and he's just a tick off his lifetime best that he took over the big track of Woodbine Mohawk Park 2 seasons ago.
And right now we see a bit of a score down from him. He looks pretty lively out there. And, for those that kind of said, that seems kind of out of sorts for this horse last time. Yes, first win of 18 tries this year, but Sugar, he had worked his way up to the open ranks at Mohawk Park in both 2002 and 2023. So he is a horse that has this kind of speed, and I think we likely see it again today. Tough to go against him, and he looks fantastic out there with Travis Cullen. Let's go look now at number 4, Insanity, who's a horse that, I've been a big fan of. I mean, he's just shy of $200,000 in lifetime earnings. He's got 2 wins over 15 tries here in Elora, but I think he likes the new surface here. We see a lot of him at the Raceway in London as well.
Yeah.
He can leave with the car. We know he's got tons of speed, and he's shown versatility. He's won first up. He can win out of the 2 holes well. I think he's the main danger here if McAllen doesn't fire.
Should be the lineup, right? I mean, we mentioned earlier on, drivers want to leave behind the car here. 4 and 5, absolutely right behind the car here off the switch at Grand River Raceway. Insanity, I wanted to get a look at him on parade. You can see I don't have him in my selections, but, off that 8th best finish last time out. Just keep your eye on Insanity. Right now, he looks perfect. I'm liking this look versus to what I've seen in the last couple of outings. So Insanity, 5-1. The price is right. Ben Hollingsworth, he's not here to lose.
Absolutely. And he's a horse, too, that you're right. I kind of like to bet him off the gate. Now, you did go to number 6, Delcrest Brent, for 3rd here. He's the horse that I've got in the same spot. Another horse has come along nicely for the team of Toscani and Steve Houdon. He's not out of his element against this group with the right kind of a trip.
Not at all. It's an outside chance for the 6 Delcrest Brent here. We've already seen driver Steve Houdon in the winner's circle with that fabulous Prince Archie earlier today. You know what? It could set up for him for exactor try possibility, but to go against McAllen now, we're starting to see that low action, 1 to 5. We're thinking very good possibility he goes away at 1 to 9 here.
It's very possible. A horse that did make 2 miscues here, though, 3 starts ago, right? So again, might want to watch him off the gate as well. Now, you went to the 3, Zip Me Up. as your second choice in here. Now, you like to get behind horses trending in the right direction. Well, he's doing exactly that. He was kind of camera shy. He got a win 2 back. A good second to Prince Archie last time. King James aboard.
You know what, Prince Archie, that was a light best last time out, and Zip Me Up. No shame in losing to Fabulous Prince Archie. This horse is a grit grinder. James McDonald on board. Look for Zip Me Up to be a piece of this one.
And I know you also like Talismano as maybe a big price on the bottom end of the superfecta. 21-1, a horse that was a winner just 3 starts ago.
Yeah, Talismano, I like the chances. Not a quick lever, but you know what? You don't have to be a quick lever on the rail because I'll be watching for the horses post 4 and 5. That's got to be the lineup.
Yeah, exactly. Just a 6-horse field to boot. We'll hand it over to Gary Guy. Nice field of top condition trotters here in race number 4.
And guys, I disagree. That 5, I think it's McCollin. The breeder's Walnut Hall and the mare is Margarita Hall. That's what I'm going with. Field of 6, race number 4. Field for the 4th race is at the start of the rough. And McCollin and Insanity are blasting out stride for stride. Grateful, Zip Me Up, and Delcrest Brandon Talismano. And McCollin is trying to come on and get the lead from Insanity and is able to clear to the front. McCollin is 1-9 on the board. Insanity is second away. Grateful is third. Then Zip Me Up and Talismano and Delcrest Brand. Field of 6, race number 4 as they roll their way on past that opening quarter. And it is McCollin and Travis Cullen, our track record holder at 52-3 last week, who leads as they race on towards us. Insanity is racing second, then Grateful, Zip Me Up, Talismano, Dalcrest Brand to the outside from a trailing spot off at 26-4, a sharp opening panel. It's McCollin and Travis Cullen with the lead. Insanity is racing second, then third is Grateful. Zip Me Up is on the inside 4th. Then it's Delcrest Brandon Talismano and McCollin to the half in 57-1, a 30-2 second panel breather. And McCollin is putting on a bit of a show right now. Stretches out the lead to 3. Insanity second, Grateful third. Then Zip Me Up and Delcrest Brand and Talismano is back trailing the field as they race their way on up to 3/4. McCollin continues to march with authority. McCollin is just right now racing against the clock, 124-3. McCollin, now Grateful, is starting to make a big move, and McCollin is starting to lose that lead, and Grateful is coming on as the field turns for home. McCollin, Grateful on the outside now is coming. McCollin and Grateful on down the stretch drive they come. Grateful on the outside was Grateful for hot early fractions and then used them to roll by McCollin and win it. And then Insanity and Zip Me Up 154 flat. Grateful and Louis Wah.
Well, there you have it, Sugar. We get a big upset here in race number 4, and we just mentioned, this pick 5 and the pick 4 now can pay anything because not only do you beat a 1-9 shot in McCollin, you also get down a 10-1 price winner in the 2 Grateful. First start for Marie-Helene Dupont here. Louis-Philippe Bois aboard. He gets to the winner's circle. Nice trip. Sat third, came first over. And, maybe last time just took a lot out of the favorite in here. I'm not sure because he looked so great on the lead. He put a step in on the final turn, but then just had no answers for the 2 Grateful.
At 3/4, the 5 McAllen, he looked great, but as you mentioned, threw in a step or 2 on the final turn. This Grateful, I just couldn't go there. The last time he's on a 5/8 track, he's a winner, but it was just 58-4, 6 seconds slower than that favorite. This horse is not on a lot of tickets for pick 5 and pick 4.
No, not at all. Absolutely. You know what? It's the change of scenery too, right? Yeah. I mean, hey, listen, you get Louis-Philippe Bois coming right back for a victory here too. He now doubles up back-to-back wins for Louis-Philippe Bois, and that win you mentioned at Georgian Down, that's the bottom condition class there. This is now the top condition trotting class here at Grand River with horses that kind of make their ways in and out of the preferred, like Insanity, but Grateful went past them, and you know what? That's a pretty nice mile, 2:54 flat.
New mark, huge back half.
Yeah, massive back half. And we were kind of thinking that maybe McCallum might be looking to one-up his track
Sure.
record time last time at 3/4. Wasn't to be done today, and grateful for a barn that's had a lot of success, and a lot of success right here at Grand River.
Folks that are coming into race today, you've seen these horses show up in the winner's circle. They want to win on this day.
Absolutely. Industry Day is a day that everyone wants to get a win on, and, well, we see that for Marie-Helene DuPont, who's, again, racked up some victories here this meet at the River.
And it is a 2-5-4-3, top 4 unofficial results. And back in front of us is number 2, Grateful. 5-year-old Triumphant, Brown Gelding, and Triumphant he was. Owned by CSL Stable and Gar Racing, trained by Marie-Helene DuPont and Louis-Philippe Law with the driving double. It's the second win this year. 8th lifetime, Grateful, 154 flat. The 4th race payouts, number 2, Grateful. 2280, 450, 330, 5 McCollin, 210, and 210. And 4 Insanity, 240. $2 exactor, $44. $1 try, $78.05. $1 super, $175.55. And fans, just once again a note, thanks to Wiback Farm, if you head over to the Grandway patio, you'll find an amazing cooler full of family goodies, and also you can scan the QR code and enter a draw to win, a free draw. And you can also grab a complimentary bottle of water. That is the Wiback Farm stand at the Grandway patio. Fourth race, order of finish from the top, 6-1-4-3-2-5. That's a 6-1-4-3-2-5 order of finish, top down in the fourth. Field 4, race number 5 is on parade. One Thrilling Times. Brett Madonna for Rene Barasha, and the owner is Gilles Plourde and Karen Croker. Number 2 is Little Manny. Sammy Filya for trainer Rafael Barasha. Rafael shares an ownership with Kimmy Parker. Number 3 is Sip of Bourbon. Travis Henry for Dale Fritz, who trains and partners with Michael Sawyer and Edward Akison. Number 4 is Woodmere Rollin' Pop. On the board for Gary Murner and Andrea Leon. Number 5 is Lord Anthony. Bob McClure for Ben Hollingsworth and Michael Goldberg. Number 6, Bugsy McGuire. Austin Sorry for Rachel Andrew, and Austin is the owner as well. Number 7, Taylor's Credit. Natasha Day drives and trains and shares an ownership with Doug Millard. Number 8 is Beach Tour. It is Mike Horner driving and training for RAW Equine and Mark Horner. And number 9 is Ham Sandwich. Steve Houdon for Laura Toscani. And Laura and Steve share an ownership. Field of 9, race number 5. Post time shortly.
Race number 5 on deck here at Grand River Raceway on Industry Day. It is time for the first of 2 super high fives, but Sugar, it's the closing leg of the pick 5 wager, and wow, these payouts. The favorite, Woodmere Rollin' Pop in that pool, $1,738.31 for 20 cents. There's 3 pool shots on the board for almost $14,000 a piece and 2 carryovers. So for you carryover fans out there, the 3 and the 9, Sip of Bourbon, and the 9, Ham Sandwich, would give us a big carryover into the late pick 5 right here today.
3's taking some pretty good action here in the early going as well. 9-2.
9-2, yeah. 5-1, even 14-1. Not bad on a couple of carryover chances. But my top pick, Thrilling Times. This is a horse that I thought was, kind of, warming up to good things. I mean, that win June the 10th here was in the top condition class at this level. Nice victory. Had a couple of tough trips after that. 2/3 at Mohawk Park. Now has changed barns to Rene Barasa, Rail Control, and a horse that's 44 for 122 in the top 2. I think he's just one that has a big chance in the pole position here today. It's the winningest post here at the River on the new surface. 5-1's about the right price.
I like his chances. I got him pegged as a top 2 player. It's the about a month between starts for me. I tend to like them horses that are on the regular rotation, right?
Well, we usually do that, absolutely. The time, though, that I'm willing to kind of make an exception is when new barn, right?
Sure.
Maybe they've had a little more time with them. But we both like the 4, Woodmere Rollin' Pop here. He's one that, gets back to Grand River. He's won his last 2 over this surface. He did set the track record June the 10th, 151 and 2. It then got topped the next week by Ideal Perception. But in any event, he seems to really like it here.
Yeah, you know what? Probably the earliest big time speed track record holder here at the brand new 5/8 track at Grand River Raceway. He can do it any way. You can see he won in 51 and 2 from off the pace. He came right back to go downtown in 152 and 1. And again, I love post 4. I know you mentioned 1, winningest post. I want them leaving behind the car. It's just me.
Especially if you want to be forwardly placed. And, he was a winner at 33-1 on June the 10th. Not going to get that today. He's the favorite right now at 5-2. The 2, Little Manny, is a horse that, he's a hard-working type, right? I mean, we like this horse. We see him all over the bees, and he's one that can kind of do it anyway. First over is a trip that he doesn't mind at all. And, this season, he's been doing very well. 6 for 23, but 15 top 2 finishes. Decent draw on the inside. He might need a trip, though, to get the better of this group.
He's a game little horse, 7-year-old son of Articulator, bred down east around Prince Edward Island parts. Little Manny, seen him do lots of big things over London. On his best day, he can handle this group. Is he at his best today? Well, we've seen already lots of new marks. We've mentioned horse people are coming in. They want to win on this day. This is, for a lot of folks in Ontario, this is Little Brown Jug.
Yep.
This is Gold Cup and Saucer, Hambletonian, everything. Right here, Industry Day is the day they want to win.
Got to get your picture taken on Industry Day, exactly. The 6, Bugsy McGuire. We talk about horses that are confident, getting heart-building wins. Well, back-to-back victories at Georgian Downs. Now, I don't know how those fields stack up against this one. He got up by a head, and held on by a head, then got up by a head in those 2 victories. I think he obviously faces tougher against this group, but he's a horse that should have his confidence right now at an all-time high.
Couple of Prince Edward Islanders teaming up here. Rachel Andrew, Austin Sorey, Bugsy McGuire, winner of the biggest race in my hometown of Summerside, Prince Edward Island. He won the Governor's Plate a couple of years back for owner Walter Simmons. A lot of history with the family involved with this horse, Bugsy McGuire. Another horse, if he's at his best, he could go with these all day.
Back class, 58 wins and almost $400,000 in earnings. The 5, Lord Anthony, was kind of tricky for me. Coming here from Mohawk Park, been racing okay there. I thought he might get over, bet 9-2 to me, in my opinion, is a bit of an underlay.
Ben, anytime Ben is sending a horse out here at Grand River Raceway, again, he's here to win.
You've got to take notice of the 5, Lord Anthony, especially in that super high 5 ticket. Gary Guy with the race call.
It's a field of 9 for the 5th dash, and Thrilling Times, Little Manny, Sip of Bourbon on the inside. In the center would be Rollin' Pop and Lord Anthony on the outside. Bugsy McGuire, Taylor's Credit, Beach Tour, and the second tier, Ham Sandwich. Field of 9, the 5th dash. Field 4, race number 5 is turning into the backstretch, gathering speed, approaching the start. And the field is at the start of the rough, and Woodmere Rollin' Pop is rolling early with Lord Anthony. Thrilling Times on the inside. Now it is Woodmere Rollin' Pop and Thrilling Times, and third is Sip of Bourbon. Lord Anthony took back and now has a seat racing fourth. Then it is back to Little Manny. And then we've got Ham Sandwich and Bugsy McGuire. And then Taylor's Credit and Beach Tour, and they race their way on around the turn. And right now on top is Woodmere Rollin' Pop as they race their way on towards us, and Thrilling Times is positioned second off a 26-3 opening quarter. Sip of Bourbon is currently forwardly placed third and is in front of Lord Anthony and Little Manny and Ham Sandwich. And then the trailing 3 are Bugsy McGuire and Taylor's Credit and Beach Tour. Off a 26-3 opening quarter, Woodmere Rollin' Pop, 7-5 on the board, leads the charge up towards the half, and Thrilling Times is in a good spot in the pocket. Now Lord Anthony is moving on the outside, and Sip of Bourbon is racing position fourth. Then Little Manny is well situated second over. Ham Sandwich is out into the flow. Then it is back to Bugsy McGuire and Taylor's Credit and Beach Tour. They hustle on towards 3/4 off that 56.5 and 29 second panel breather. Woodmere Rollin' Pop and Tyler Borth laying flat in the bike. Lord Anthony to the outside, shipping away, but digging in still is Woodmere Rollin' Pop. Thrilling Times is on the inside, looking alive, and Little Manny is going to pop 3 wide, and Ham Sandwich is out 4 wide and gobbling up ground. Then it is back to Sip of Bourbon and Taylor's Credit, and Bugsy McGuire, they're bunched up in behind Woodmere Rollin' Pop. Woodmere Rollin' Pop, Thrilling Times is looking to dart up the passing lane. Woodmere Rollin' Pop and Thrilling Times up the inside. Woodmere Rollin' Pop has pop left, though. Woodmere Rollin' Pop's going to win it. Thrilling Times, and then Lord Anthony and Ham Sandwich, 151-4. Woodmere Rollin' Pop.
We talked about it before the race, right? I mean, you said you're on a lever. Post 4 is the place to be, and exactly that for Woodmere Rollin' Pop. He went to the front, 51-4, obviously a big mile. Almost gets back to that 51-2 when he set the initial big speed time track record here on June the 10th. But Sugar, you're rolling hot today.
We're cooking.
You got a cold try. It looks like 415, and you picked the 9 Ham Sandwich for 5th. Looks like he just misses 3rd at a big price of 45-1. Gave us a bit of a thrill too, right? For
so
maybe
thrilling.
that carryover, but I mean 4 wide's a pretty tough trip here on the final turn at the river.
Yeah, you know what? We talked about Perfectly Chic, that big elimination win last week. I've never seen a horse circle up 4 deep on that turn. Ham Sandwich gave it his best shot at a big price too. He was 45-1. and many would have been looking for him to maybe push on for that carryover in that pick 5.
A lot of guys wagering at home that I know, yes, that's who they're cheering for,
Right.
because they want those big carryover situations, right? Especially on days like today. But Woodmere Rollin' Pop gets the job done as the eventual favorite at 7-5, lowest payout in that pick 5. Thrilling times. I mean, good trip on that one's back. I thought raced well to be second, and like you said, had missed time before that. So we'll like to see better things from him next time out.
If that horse was fresh, he'd have offered up way more in that passing lane. Still tough to get up there through that lane, the inside lane, and win.
I think it's a lot trickier than it looks. Again, this surface, new surface, playing out very fair, but that passing lane is tricky. And there you go, your high 5. Just use your numbers. Look at that. Completes it with Little Manny 2/5. So Sugar almost gave it out cold there.
Little Manny was looking so good going by the grandstand. I said, he never pulls, and he's sharp today. But you know what? Winning horse. Did it well.
Absolutely. Stay hot, Sugar. There he is. Woodmere Rollin' Pop, winner of the race 5.
The top 5 on the board, 4-1, 5-9-2. And back in front of us, number 4, Woodmere Rollin' Pop. A 7-year-old Roll With It Harry Bay gelding, owned by Andrea Leon of Maidstone, Ontario. Gary Murner is the trainer. Tyler Borth, the winning driver. 8th win this year. 32nd lifetime. Woodmere Rollin' Pop, 151-4. Fifth race payouts for Woodmere Rollin' Pop, $4.90, $2.80, $2.50. One thrilling times, $4, $2.75. Lord Anthony, $2.60. $2 exactor, $15.40. Dollar try, $17.10. Dollar pick 3, $116.95. The dollar win for $2,145.45. The dollar pick 5, $8,691.55. And the dollar high 5, $688.35. Fans note coming up very shortly, as soon as we finish this replay and the order of finish, well, we've got the T-shirt toss coming up, and you do see the drivers are kind of spreading out.
So I just got told from Mateo up, so
And fans, I'll mention right now, before we get to the camera, because we're going to get to this right after this replay, our drivers, Louis Waugh, you see Louis down by the winner's circle, James McDonald, Doug McNair, and Travis Cullen. Stake out your positions. We see if they've got pitching arms. And there they go. Oh, James McDonald's underhanding. Oh, that looks like a professional major league pitcher, Jamie. And thanks to our drivers, Louis Waugh, James McDonald, Doug McNair, and Travis Cullen for coming out and heaving the T-shirts. I hope you guys have a good rest of your day. Thanks, buds. The fifth race order finished from the top down, 256-137-894. That's 256-137-894. Attention fans, would Andrew Lalonde please report in the grandstand to the booth where you can purchase programs. That is Andrew Lalonde to the program booth in the main lobby. Andrew Lalonde, please report to that program booth in the main lobby. Field 4, race number 6, Ontario Sire Stakes Grassroots on the pace for a 3-year-old Colson Geldings and 1 Dance Like a Skipper, Scott Coulter for Paul Coulter and Emma and George and Avery Longstreet. Number 2 is Deuce Hanover, Bob McClure for Sean Stacy and Dave McDonald and A.K. Malik Stable and Reichelt Stable and Stephen Downey. Number 3 is Century Komodo. It's Doug McNair for Anthony Beaton and Dominic Chiravelli and Gary Volpe and Kentucky Farm Incorporated. Number 4 is Enforcer, Trevor Henry for Greg McNair. The owners Aaron Waxman and Alan Alber and David Jarvis. Number 5, McWicked Time, Travis Cullen for Jody Cullen and Jacqueline Donnell. And number 6, Cowboy Cargo, Phil Houdon for Tony Alanya and 1.6 Racing and Peter Alanya. Number 7, Brooklyn Strong, Dan O'Brien drives and trains and owns. Number 8 is Chalk Hanover, James Montana, Dave Mineri, and Mineri Racing and Anthony Timmons. And 9 is B. Sunny, Tyler Jones for Murray Brether and Doug Millard and Barry McLennan. Field of 9, race number 6, OSS for Grassroots. 3-year-old pacing Colts and Geldings going to post shortly.
Hard to believe, Sugar. We're already 5 races in the books here. Time's flying when we're having fun on Industry Day. But race 6 is now the first of 3 consecutive OSS Grassroots affairs for 3-year-old pacing Colts and Geldings. And this is a race that I think goes through one horse, and that horse is the 3 Century Komodo.
Yeah, I like the chances for that one. Doug McNair certainly knows his way to the winner's circle here at Grand River Raceway. You got a hot trainer in Anthony Beaton, who's been setting a multiple stakes winner right across the continent right now. And Century Komodo, 3-5 right now, and well deserved at that.
Yeah, no surprise. You know what? We kind of were wondering if maybe it's a bias that might not be in the favor of speed, but then sure enough, race 5. Wire-to-wire winner, right? So pretty fair track, it looks like, here at Industry Day. And Century Komodo is a versatile type. He does like the front end. And since moving to the barn of Tony Beaton, he's been no worse than second. Back-to-back victories he had in his first 2 starts for this barn, and he was a winner in the Grassroots on June the 18th. So very tough to beat. He just got beat by the Vicar last time. I thought he was home. The Vicar nailed him right at the wire. I think well deserving of that 3-5 status, and will be tough to get past, I think, here in race number 6. Now, we both went to the 5 McWicked Time second, a horse that has recently moved to the Jody Cullen barn, but he's kind of been on the radar, right? And grassroots level and doing good things at both ages 2 and 3.
Great check getter. And anytime I see some of these Ontario Sire Stakes Grassroots racing, I usually look towards the high earners in the field, 3, 5, and 8. They've all got the money banked this season. They're going to keep on banking money in this 50th season for the Ontario Sire Stakes.
Yeah, exactly. The anniversary season for the OSS. And McWicked Time is a horse that, I always kind of think of him as a closing type, and you look at his paper, it kind of shows it as well. Will be tough to run down one like Century Komodo, but he's one that I think you have to have underneath. Now, the 8 Chalk Hanover, we saw this one be an impressive winner on Camelot Classic night in the first leg of the OSS Grassroots. That was from post 7. He was first over. And since then, he's done good things in the Grassroots. A second, a win against Grassroots starters, and 2 starts back, had to settle for 4th as favorite. The problem for me with Chalk Hanover is that dreaded 8-hole.
It's a tough spot, folks. Nose on gate, but we've seen quite a few this afternoon leaving from post 7, post 8. They're trying, but they're seeing there's 3 or 4 of them to the left, and they're thinking about it, and they're taking back.
Yeah, they go to plan B, right?
Yeah.
Which we know James McDonald will definitely have that kind of probably mapped out for him there. And Chalk Hanover more than capable of getting forwardly placed against this group, as long as, like you said, there's horses not directly to his inside that might be blasting off the wings of the gate. The one that I found intriguing here is the 4 Enforcer. Second in his Battle of Waterloo elimination last year, and then 3rd in the final. A horse that was a winner in the SBOA elimination. First start of his sophomore season, has not done much since then, but it's Greg McNair and it's Industry Day. I think we might see Enforcer's best here today, and I think he's got to be one you use in the trifecta and super at a minimum.
Our first look at Trevor Henry in the sulky this afternoon. Another driver like McNair certainly knows his way to victory lane here.
Absolutely, 7-1 on that Enforcer. And then you've got the 2 Deuce Hanover as your player underneath. Now inside draw for that one. And tell me what you like about that one, Sugar.
Bob McClure hopping on board. Sean Stacy, just kind of maybe a lukewarm start to their stake season, but things are starting to ramp up for that barn right now.
Absolutely. And a horse that I kind of look at as, you got him as a value player underneath, might be able to work out that favorable journey to get a piece of it, maybe bottom end of the try or the super. But the first of 3 OSS Grassroots divisions for 3-year-old colts, and geldings on the pace coming up.
It's a field of 9. Dance Like a Skipper, Deuce Hanover, Century Komodo on the inside. In the center, Enforcer, McWicked Time. And to the outside, Cowboy Cargo, Brooklyn Strong, and Shock Hanover. And the second tier to Be Sunny. It's a field of 9 for race number 6. OSS Grassroots Pacers. 3-year-old colts and geldings. They're at the start, and they're off. Cowboy Cargo is going to hustle out with Shock Hanover, and then it is Century Komodo and Dance Like a Skipper. Enforcer is 5th away. McWicked Time, then Deuce Hanover. Then it is back to Be Sunny and Brooklyn Strong. But right now, Shock Hanover trying to make it to the front from post A. Shock Hanover clears the lead. Century Komodo racing in the pocket. Dance Like a Skipper is currently dancing 3rd. Then Cowboy Cargo. Enforcer is racing 5th as they come off the turn. But right now, Shock Hanover at 9-1's got the lead, but now is going to have Century Komodo loop around and take the front. Century Komodo, Shock Hanover, Dance Like a Skipper, up and driving now. There goes McWicked Time, being followed by Brooklyn Strong on the outside. And then it is back to Cowboy Cargo and Be Sunny racing on the outside. And Enforcer is back racing 2nd from last, and trailing is Deuce Hanover of a 26-4 lively opening quarter. Half is 56-3, 29-4 second panel. Century Komodo's got the lead. McWicked Time on the outside is challenging Century Komodo. Those two are paired up. And on the outside, McWicked Time, 6-0's in front. Century Komodo on the inside is going to fight back gamely. Then a gap of 2.5 and racing 3rd. Shock Hanover, Dance Like a Skipper is 4th. Cowboy Cargo, Brooklyn Strong is fading. And then it is Deuce Hanover and Enforcer. 3/4, 1:23-1. Century Komodo for now is turned back McWicked Time. But here comes Shock Hanover now. As set up wide and Dance Like a Skipper. And then Cowboy Cargo on down the stretch. Right they come. Century Komodo on down the lane. And Century Komodo now is pouring it on and is going to win it. Shock Hanover is going to finish 2nd. McWicked Time 3rd. Then Dance Like a Skipper and Cowboy Cargo. 152-2. Century Komodo.
Big. Trip there for number 3, Century Komodo, Doug McNair on board. And what a battle through the 3rd quarter. 26-3 through the 3rd. A battle between the eventual winner, Century Komodo, against McWicked Time. We see James coming on here to grab the deuce with Shock Hanover. He got used up kind of early, clearing to the top. 26-4 to the opening quarter. He was steppy, but props to James McDonald for keeping this one steady through that opening turn to make front. The winning move by Century Komodo. He pocket pulled at the quarter mile, went on, and then again the 3rd quarter beatdown. Century Komodo versus McWicked Time. Again, big speed through the 3rd. 26-3. Here's Century Komodo on his way back to victory lane here for Doug McNair. 50th anniversary season for Ontario's Sire Stakes action, and that was a Grassroots leg for the 3-year-old Payson Colt and Geldings, a 52-2 winning score. Anthony Beaton condition, Doug McNair driven to win. This heavy favorite, as good as advertised, 100%, 1-9. Century Komodo, bred by Century Spring Farms of Gorey, Ontario. Next voice you'll hear will be Gary Guy, leading back, bringing back Century Komodo and McNair.
On the board, the top four, 3, 8, 5, 1. And back into the winner's circle, number 3, Century Komodo. A 3-year-old Better's Delight, being gelding by Dominic Chiravelli and Gary Volpe and Kentucky Farm. Anthony Beaton's the trainer. The winning drive to Doug McNair is the 4th win this year, 4th lifetime for Century Komodo, 152-2. The 6th race payouts, 3 Century Komodo, 220, 210, and 210. 8 Shock Hanover, 340 and 290. And 5 McWicked Time, 290. $2 exactor, $9.80. The dollar try, $14.80. And the dollar superfecta is $83.75. And that 20-cent super, $16.75. We're going to send things down trackside as we see that Robert Reed is down in the winner's enclosure with Pat Woods for this on-track interview.
Robert Reed Jr. here from the Wiback Farms Winners Circle, and I'm thrilled to be joined by Pat Woods, who is the manager of the Canadian operation for Wiback Farms. And first of all, Pat, I gotta talk about the sponsorship of the Battle of Waterloo. Right, it's the third year that you guys have done it. It's our signature race here at Grand River, and such a big stepping stone for those youngsters.
Yeah, we love the race. We love being involved here at Grand River. The expansion of the track here, which is outstanding, just made it even, more important that we stayed involved here. We love it. We love the crowds, and it's great racing. The feedback we've heard about the new track is unbelievable. Like, I haven't heard one bad complaint.
And that's going to really open up the possibilities going forward, right? Even this year, I mean, a couple of real deep eliminations, top 2-year-olds. I think the 5/8 of a mile service is really going to unlock the full potential of this race going forward.
Yeah, I'm expecting both big races to have great times. There's some really nice horses. We're very proud because we're well represented through our stallions and some Wiback breds. I expect great things out of both races.
And for those at home, I mean, that might be casual, fans or just horse players that don't much about the breeding side. Can you just tell us a little bit about Wiback Farms, their presence, and what you do as the manager of the Canadian operation?
So I run the Canadian operation. We stand 9 stallions up here, and we just try to help people that want to breed to our stallions. We help them do their pedigrees, make arrangements to get semen to them so they can breed their mares, and hopefully get them their next lottery ticket to get in races like this.
Yeah, that's the key, right? To win those kind of races, you've got to get in early, right, with the babies. And maybe, you obviously got a great team behind you. You're very passionate about the great team that you have behind you. And I hear there's a lot of them here at Industry Day today.
Yeah, we brought everybody from the farm here today. They hustled in this morning early, got everything fed, looked after. And after they're done here today, they're going to hustle back and get everything looked after afterwards. But we come up here as a little bit of a celebration for all their hard work and dedication. Last week they were, filling the barns with hay and straw, and there's no limit of horses that they have to look after on a daily basis, and they love coming here. It's like a fair atmosphere. They have fun, have a great time, great food, and they love the racing.
Right, you get to play hard, right? 'Cause there's not many days off in harness racing, especially the breeding side of it.
No, most of my guys, it's 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, so they work a lot of weekends. So to get a day off like today, or even a few hours, it's big for them. They love it.
And maybe a little bit about a couple stallions that you're excited about now coming to Wiback.
Yeah, we've got Beach Glass this year, who had a very good book, and Lawless Shadow, both really nice race horses. Race at the top of their game, won big races. Both trained by really good people, and they're specimens to look at. They are conformed extremely well, and we expect them to produce really nice looking foals.
All right, I got to get out there soon and get a look at them. Now, you said there's a great prize that the fans here can win. You tell us a bit about that.
Yeah, we've got a cooler presentation that's stuffed right up. Anybody can get in it for free. It's over in the patio area. They just go to the QR code, put their stuff in, and they'll draw it right before the big race, and then they'll put up who the winner is.
All right, awesome, Pat. Pat Woods, manager of the Canadian division of Wiback Farms. Always a pleasure to speak to you, Pat.
It's always a pleasure to be here, and the way you guys treat us is unbelievable. We love being here, and we hope that we're going to continue this the sponsorship of this race. We love it.
Awesome. Thank you.
And just to note that Wiback farm booth is in the Grandway patio. You'll find an amazing cooler full of family goodies. Scan that QR code and enter to win the free draw. And you can also grab a complimentary bottle of water. The sixth race order of finish from the top down, 461, 835, 927. That's 461, 835, 927 on the bottom.
Well, just a minute away until race number 7 is the start of that big pick 5, that late pick 5 wager.
Supercharged, right?
Supercharged, that's right, with the $10,000 guarantee on it. And, you know, Sugar, let's look at your ticket right now. You're the hot hand today, so let's go over your ticket real quick. We just have a minute or two, though.
You know what? Catch your breath, man. I know you're down and up just like that, and I couldn't move like you today. But anyway, this opening leg of this supercharged late pick 5, $10,000 guaranteed pool, low tickets to go to. Use the 1 McPleasant in the opener, as well as 5 Watching Sunset, the 8 Lakers Bank, 2 deep in the 8th. Deepest of all, races 9 and 10, the middle leg, and the final leg, of course, the Battle of Waterloo in the finale. Up there in the race number 10, though, there is a key scratch. The 4, Perfectly Chic, came out. The 4 has come out of race number 10. That leaves me with the 1, Manhattan Mayhem. I've never seen a horse swoop them 4 deep in the final turn yet this meet at Grand River Raceway. It's what she did. And I'll also include the 5, Wicket and Single, just nipped in her elimination last week, Robert. And now, if you've Got your breath back?
Good, we're
yeah?
good. It's
Oh,
it's
you're
a little
in great
warm
shape,
out there.
man.
And
You are in great
and
shape.
It's a bit of a hike to the winner's circle.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll get a look at my ticket if we can, just real quick. I'm going to single the final leg, Sugar. I'm very, very impressed by 5th and 5, and I made him my best bet in the Battle of Waterloo. So I'm going to single up on him in that final leg, the money leg of the ticket. And going into that, I mean, I'm kind of 1, 2, and 8 here. I think they're logical horses. I am going to add the 8 Lakers Bank to the ticket, thinking he's got a bit of a chance from post 8. Just 2 deep, so 2 by 2 in races 8 and 9, and then 4 deep in race 10 with the 1, 5, 7, and 9. $9.60 for a 20-cent ticket in this supercharged late pick 5, which runs right through to our 2 signature races, the Battle of the Bells and the Battle of Waterloo.
Pat Woods, Wiback Farm, caught your interview. Wonderful guy, great interview. And,
amazing interview.
How's Pat doing today?
Oh, he's doing fantastic. They're having a great time, but they're on the track right now for race number 7, second of 2 divisions of the OSS Grassroots with 3-year-old colts and geldings on the pace.
Field for the 7th on parade. 1 McPleasant, James Buttonup for Anthony Beaton and David Mercer. Number 2 is Always a Thrill. Sylvain Filion for Jeff Williams, owned by Bob McIntosh Stables and Tyrone Valley Farm and Martin Stables. Number 3, Why Wouldn't You? Austin Surrey for David Brown and Gary Breather. Number 4 is Brudon. It's Louis Bois for Mike Whiteniowski and Frank Lamacchia and Tony Vaselli and Dean Marson Stable. And number 5 is Watching Sunset. Jody Jameson for Craig Bars and Norko Sokolovic. Number 7, Stonebridge Thrill, Anthony Hunt for Anthony Beaton and Mac and Carol Nickel. There is 8, Lakers Bank, Trevor Henry for Tim Myers and Valpar Stables. 9 is D.A. McDreamy, Bob Glore for Sean Stacy and Catherine Stacy and Landmark 16 Racing and Theodore Davis and Angela Haskell. And note that missing chart line is 4th beaten 3 lengths here Friday in 153 and 1. And there is 6 Zeb's Crafty, Tyler Borth for Chris Rogers and Grant Kite. Coming up is the 7th race very shortly. We're going to send things back down to the grandstand with Sugar and Rob. And Rob, it's really nice and cool in my room here this afternoon.
Imagine, you always remind me of that on this day. And you know what? I didn't think it was going to be that hot out there, but it's pretty warm outside. And like we're going to see some real fast miles on the back end of this card, no doubt, Sugar. So 2nd division now of the OSS Grassroots with 3-year-old pacing colts and geldings. And, the logical winner in the first one. And we do have some logical horses now in this 2nd division. I couldn't go against the 1 McPleasant. Tony Beaton, obviously on fire, winning all the big stakes races. And this horse is obviously trending in the right direction. Back-to-back victories. And surprising that he paid 28 to 1 combination of Beaton and James McDonald in the OSS Grassroots in the previous leg.
You know what? James McDonald couldn't go against your one in here either. He was listed on 2 of them. He was listed on the morning line favorite, but he opts, of course, for the Anthony Beaton trainee. And McPleasant, you mentioned it, 28 to 1 in the latest for that combo of Beaton and McDonald. You're not going to find those kind of odds on Beaton and McDonald anywhere else this summer, I'm sure.
No, and everything kind of turned around for this horse. Flamborough Downs, May 23rd, big victory, and then kind of parlayed that now into better things. This is a horse that was getting beaten hours of 5,000 life at Western Fair last meet there. So it's one of those things where he's just kind of coming to his own, rock solid connections, and I think the key one to beat here.
I love your saying, trending in the right direction, right?
Yeah, absolutely, and that's exactly what McPleasant is doing. The 2, Always a Thrill, is one that got beat last time, did end up losing a shoe in that mile, got picked up by Sports Activator. I know that's one that you're fond of as well on this card today. I just think that Always a Thrill is one that should get a good trip, might try to chop it out. We know speed is typically good here, especially over this surface, and I think he's the other one that you have to use in your tickets.
Right on. A week ago, Sylvain Filion came in. He likes to put them in play. I watched him do quite a bit of that on Saturday night at Woodbine Mohawk Park as well. Always a thrill. Sylvain Filion stays on to drive. Second best last time out. I'm not sure what the broken equipment was, but the form is pretty good right now. Only one blemish there. Two back was sitting up close, but faded in the late going. But first, second, and third in 3 of those last 4 outings.
Yeah, and the broken equipment was a lost shoe, right? So that may have had an impact on getting beat in the final stages there. The 8 Lakers Bank one, I know you have pegged for second. I've got pegged for third. Big trip last time. First over against a real tough group. Centric Komodo was the leader. The Vicar came on late to win that race. We're going to see him in the next race here today. But Lakers Bank, without Post 8, I would have likely put him much higher in the rankings.
One thing I've enjoyed this summer here at Grand River Raceway, coming down with our team from London, being in the paddock, talking to the horse people, the drivers, the trainers, the caretakers. Tim Myers, trainer of 8 Lakers Bank, he loves this horse. Does not love the post today, though. That's a tough post to overcome.
Yeah, tough post to overcome, but he did such good things in that opening leg of the OSS Grassroots at the Raceway in London, was the winner there, and has picked up another win since then at this level. The 7 Stonebridge Thrill for me is an interesting one. That's the other one from the barn of Anthony Beaton, and I think that this horse with the right kind of trip can work his way onto the ticket. Right now he's sitting at 9-1.
All he has to do is kind of mind his manners. When he minds his manners, he's an excellent check getter. Great horse to use underneath in the superfecta.
And quick thought on the 5 Watching Sunset one you threw in for third.
Jody Jamieson gets along well. He's he pulled one out of the hat the other night at Woodbine Mohawk Park. He's buried in the late going, but found a seam and got up late. Jody is zoned in right now.
And you can never ignore Jody Jamieson on Industry Day. Here we go. Second leg, second division of the OSS Grassroots with 3-year-old pacing colts and geldings.
It's a field of 9 for the 7th race, and they're moving into the backstretch. And Bruton has gone off stride. Field for the 7th race. Second Grassroots division for 3-year-old pacing colts and geldings, in blasting from the outside is Lakers Bank, and McPleasant on the inside. Lakers Bank is going to try to come right out and get the lead, and is able to do so. McPleasant is second, Always a Thrill is third. Then it is Why Wouldn't You, Watching Sunset, and D.A. McDreamy. Then Stonebridge Thrill and Zeb's Crafty, but Lakers Bank was fired up early. 19-1 on the board, has the lead. The 4-5 McPleasant is racing second. Always a Thrill is in line third. Why Wouldn't You is currently racing fourth as they race off that opening quarter, which was 27-1. And then fifth is Watching Sunset, gap of a couple to D.M. McDreamy. Then Stonebridge Thrill, Zeb's Crafty, and Bruton is well back after that early miscue. 27-1 the opening quarter. And it is still Lakers Bank as McPleasant just biding time in the pocket right now. And Always a Thrill is on the inside third. Now Watching Sunset's the one we're watching move on the outside and has come on to take over fourth. And now popping out goes Always a Thrill as McPleasant stayed on the inside. It is Lakers Bank. McPleasant on the outside. Always a Thrill has come on to take over second. Then on the inside, McPleasant is third, still in the pocket. Watching Sunset fourth. Why Wouldn't You? Stonebridge Thrill, a half was 56-1 at 29 seconds. Second pedal breather for Lakers Bank as they race on to the final turn. Lakers Bank and Always a Thrill and McPleasant. Watching Sunset fourth. Stonebridge Thrill is kicking in a bit late, and on the inside, Why Wouldn't You? 3/4, 123-4. Lakers Bank is still game. Lakers Bank and Always a Thrill, and McPleasant and Watching Sunset on down the stretch drive they come. Lakers Bank continues on. Lakers Bank is going to score at 19-1. Second is between Always a Thrill and McPleasant, and then it was Watching Sunset. 151-4. That is a huge mile for Lakers Bank and a record for a 3-year-old here at Grand River.
Track record of 151-4 for Lakers Bank. And Sugar, you looked at me as soon as they left the gate when he made front. You said this race is over.
I said before the race as well too. I talked to Tim Myers up front and close a couple of weeks ago here at Grand River Raceway. I mentioned I love my trainers, drivers, caretakers. Getting up close with Tim Myers, he loved this horse. I love this horse. When he made the front, just 27-1, that was kind of easy. Trevor Henry, very confident throughout.
And that's the key, right? Making front from that difficult post state, but when he did so, tough to catch. I mean, overlay price to 19-1. I had pegged for third. You had pegged for second. We both have this horse on our pick 5 ticket.
Yeah.
That supercharged pick 5. Let's hope one of us can run it out.
Just got a whole lot more super, right?
That's right. Big time. Yeah, it's a big knockout here. I mean, McPleasant tried to leave with him off the gate. He couldn't do so. He ends up getting a 2-hole trip. Every chance, though, right, to get to this horse. He couldn't do it. Always a thrill, big first over trip, but there was no getting to Lakers Bank today.
James was even thinking about it, right? Here in front of the grandstand.
Right in front of us, yep.
Trevor kind of took a peek at the show. I don't think so.
That's what, and you know, it's funny. You said the same thing to me. I said, "Oh, James might try to remove on him here," and you said, "Ain't happening because this horse, he is large and in charge on the engine," and he was. And you know, Trevor Henry is the guy that's going to get to the winner's circle on Industry Day. He's had so much success here at the river and on the smaller surface, but now will likely continue to do so on the 5/8.
We've been saying all afternoon, people want to win on Industry Day. Locals gotta win on Industry Day. This is it for Trevor Henry. You know, he drives at the big track Woodbine Milwaukee Park, but he is here to win today.
Absolutely, no doubt about it, and very familiar with the winners enclosure here. You know, he guided the last 2 winners of the Battles of the Bells, Trevor Henry, and here he is getting the job done with Lakers Bank.
I just got to give one more shout out, Tim Myers. You called it. I know you love him. Congratulations, Tim.
The top 4 on the board, 8-2-1-5, and coming back in front of us, the winner of race number 7. It's number 8, Lakers Bank, a 3-year-old all bets off brown gelding, owned by Valpar Stables of West Hill, Ontario. Tim Myers, the trainer. Trevor Henry, the winning driver, 5th win in 11 starts for Lakers Bank, 5th lifetime. 151-4, a new track record for 3-year-old pacing Colton Gelding. The 7th race payouts. Number 8, Lakers Bank, $41, $13.60 and $4.60. 2 always a thrill. $4.30, $2.71. McPleasant, $2.50. $2 exactor, $222. Dollar try, $346.95. The dollar super is $11.0840. That 20-cent super is $221.68. Seventh race, order of finish from the top down is at 325-947-618. That's 325-947-618.
Robert and Sugar here in the captain's quarters, and Lakers Bank 19-1. What an overlay. Juicy price on that one. He made front and there was no looking back. But, Sugar, you've had yourself a pretty busy weekend. You're capping it off here in Industry Day. Tell me about what you've been doing all weekend.
Oh, the weekend was busy, but there's going to be a time for a rest here very soon. As mentioned, our team come down most of the summer. Amy, Greg, myself from London to help out with things here at Grand River Raceway. I was here Friday night. Saturday night, got called up to the big leagues. Woodbine Mohawk Park. Fabulous card there, by the way, and a huge crowd. Biggest crowd I've ever called for at the big track. So I had a lot of fun with a lot of exciting finishes to call. Up around Clinton yesterday afternoon for some half-mile action, their Harness to Hope event, and here we are today, reunited with one of my best pals here in Ontario, Robert Reed Jr. on the desk. I love it.
And it's been so good. And now you're headed west, though.
Tomorrow morning, early flight. Try to get to bed early tonight, but I'm on my way to Alberta. It's where I got my start in racing, right? Most would know I'm from Prince Edward Island, but my earliest starts didn't come from there. It was Edmonton, just out of the dark, back in '06. Did 10 years or so at Northlands. Come back this way to work with the Western Fair District team in London. But you know what? Alberta, great time. Fabulous to get called up to help out with their Midsummer Classic this Saturday afternoon. And a shout out to Brandon Campbell, by the way. He swept some stake racing action there Saturday, Ralph Klein Memorial Limbs, and then a couple of more sweep action races there at the Track On 2 yesterday in Lacombe. So Brandon, keep her going, and best of luck to everybody at Midsummer Classic Day.
All right, well, there you go. And Sugar, you did a fantastic job. Well, you do a fantastic job everywhere, but I tuned in to Mohawk Park on Saturday night. Fantastic job. Feel the energy as always
Thank you.
When Sugar calls the races anywhere. But we're going to move on now to our pick 4 wagers in this guaranteed pool of $7,500. Low takeout 15%. We're both kicking in the pick 5, but we are still going to play this pick 4 because that's what we like to do. These are our favorite types of wagers here at the River. Now, for me, just 1 and 9 here to kick it off, and I knew that 9 do better was not going to be 10-1. It's not like overnight he's forgot how to do things. I mean, he's the winner of the Battle of Waterloo last season. Made an unfortunate break in stride last time. I think he can rebound, but the Vicar I think is the clear one to beat 4-5 right now on that one. 4 and 6 for me in race number 9. That's going to be Magical Arthur and Ideal Perception. I'm going to spread out in the Battle of the Bells, 1, 5, 7, or 9. Did have Perfectly Chic before. She's out, though, of course, so we're going to go deep there with 4 of them. And then just the 2 in race number 11. Of course, 5th and 5. I could not have been more impressed by what he did last time out. He was sitting on that win. He went out. He was unbelievable, and I think he's tough to beat. So there's my ticket, $3.20. How do you see it, Sugar?
I'm going to spend a little more. I don't think I can find a single anywhere throughout this sequence. For myself here in race number 8, I went inside to the free-legged pacer, the Vicar, Louis Philippois. We've seen do some good things this afternoon, and nothing wrong with post 8 this season, right? With that 5/8 track, it's a game changer, hey?
It is. It's been tough, but you're right. You're right. You know, you've got tactical speed. You can be okay from out there.
Exactly. Over into race number 9, we went to the inside two. We got Palladium Hanover, Travis Cullen, Sobel Ace, winner of the latest 2, and then run the center. I love them leaving behind the car. Post 4, Magical Arthur. I believe the 4, Magical Arthur, James McDonald on board. Huge shot in race number 9. If I was going to single one anywhere, it might be that 4, Magical Arthur in the 9th. I'll also include the 6. Race 10, I did have 1 for the scratch of 4, Perfectly Chic. Manhattan Mayhem, I've said it a few times. I'll say it again. I have never seen a horse swoop them 4 deep out of that final turn. She did it in her first tour around this brand new 5/8 track. That is Manhattan Mayhem, a must-use in this pick 4 sequence. And then you gotta try the 5, Wicked and Single. Made the big move in front of the grandstand to grab control. Big, long daughter of McWicked. She will be stepping out in there. And then I went deepest of all. I'm going to call you very brave to single up in the Battle of Waterloo, but I hope you can get her done. I went deep in there, deepest of all. 1, 2, 5, 6, and 8. Still, the price is right here. I think I'm in for about $10 on a 20 center.
Yep. Not bad at all. No, not bad. Just $10 for 20 cents. You know what? For me, I Team Jameson, Battle of Waterloo, and a horse that I think is still finding his best stride. That's how I went to a single there. But you know what? I think there's many that can get the job done with the right kind of a trip.
Interesting to note that the Jameson team, they've had very good success with their young rookie pacers. They've got a couple in there, 5th and 5 at a post 2, and then the outside chance for out of ice. Trevor Henry, another 8-hole in there. Jody Jameson, when talking with him following the race, 5th and 5 wasn't a top tier rookie when training down, but you know what? They love him now.
Oh, he like I said, power coach shadow before. Now he's kind of stepped out. Let's see if Conley's got a ticket real quick. Give Conley a shout out.
Sure.
Conley Ecclestone, he's doing great work here, handicapping here at the river. Just the 1, the Vicar here in race number 8, then the 1 and 5 in that Buttonup preferred Palladium Hanover and Colin Your Bluff. 3, 5, 7, and 9 in the Battle of the Bells, and he's going 2, 5, and 6 in the finale, of course, the Battle of Waterloo. He's got 5th and 5. He's going to use Stonebridge Wizard and also All-Star Maniac, one that I think has got a big chance with the right kind of trip. But again, I can't go against 5th and 5, and they're $4.80 is how Conley sees this late pick 4 sequence. If you want to get your tickets in for this, it is a $7,500 guaranteed pool, low takeout 15%.
Wagering very strong here in the late going. The back half of this card is spectacular. They weren't kidding when they dubbed the pick 5 the supercharged multi-leg wager on this day.
Absolutely. Get in now, folks, and we're going to give you the post braid for race number 8.
Field for race 8 on parade. 1, the Vicar. Louis-Philippe Roy for Tullamore and GLB Stable. Number 2 is Tamworth Boy, Jody Jameson for Murray Brether and George and Greg Hunt. Number 3 is Bet the BB, Travis Cullen for Jody Cullen. Travis is also the owner. Number 4 is Logan Behold, James Madonna for Joe McIsaac and Kimberly Eaton and Jimmy Copley. Number 5 is Chester Man. It's Trevor Henry for Anthony Eaton and Dominic Chiravelli and Teresa Davidson and Kentucky Farm. Number 6, Price Control, Sammy Fillion for Jean Tournier and Serge Baudry and Roland Trudel. Number 7, Giggity Giggity Giggity, Talborth for Rennie Dion and RAW Equine and SNR Racing. 8 is Sports Activator, Brett McDonough for Mike Armstrong and Lee Cullen and Lloyd Howley. And 9 is Do Better, Sylvan Fillion for Jeff Williams and Bob McIntosh and Al McIntosh Holdings and Martin Stables. It's a field of 9 for race number 8, OSS, 3rd Division on the day.
All right, just minutes away from the third and final division of the OSS Grassroots for 3-year-old pacing colts and geldings. And there's a look at the Vicar. Really made a big impact since coming here from the East Coast. He's racked up 4 victories and 6 tries for trainer Tyler Moore. And last time, that lunge at the wire was incredible to get up over Cedric Kimoto, who we've already seen come back today to be a dominant winner.
The Vicar. You know what? Fun fact. I was 10 years old when I walked into a racetrack. When I heard the announcer say free-legged pacer, I thought they said three-legged. True story. I was 10 years old, though, right? So.
Yeah.
The Vicar. I like the chances. The rail advantage. Liked it to sit up close. Tyler Moore trained, Louis Philippe driven. He likes to have them in play, right?
Yeah, we see a score down right now with the Vicar, kind of getting acclimated to this surface. I mean, he had success over Georgian. Dominant victories there.
We love score downs.
Yeah,
and
we
I
do.
like this one.
Yeah, it's a good one for sure. Yeah, free-legged, I mean, it's not something you see all that much anymore,
No.
but this is one that certainly has some gears as a free-legged pacer and looks fantastic out there.
He's got a great reach, Robert. I mean, his on-track presentation, fabulous. And you know what? This pick 4 pool, well up and over the guarantee. Play this pick 4. It's going to be a huge pool.
Absolutely. It ends in the 2 signature races. And, you talk about the reach of the Vicar. He reached up for that win last time. I needed him. Didn't think he was going to get there. He did. Louis Philippe has been getting along well with him. Hard to go against the Vicar here in race number 8. For me, for second, how do I not put the winner of last year's Battle of Waterloo, Do Better? The Bob McIntosh owned horse, now trained by Jeff Williams. This horse, though, I mean, he made the transition to the Grassroots 4 starts ago, was an easy winner. Last time out was a favorite, made a break in stride against the Vicar, McPleasant, and then that put him out of contention. But, I mean, yes, trailing post today, but he can rebound in a big way. And the 10-1 morning line I didn't understand. I still don't even really understand the price of 7-2 on the board. I think it's a big overlay on Do Better.
I think they just look at that last line saying, oh, look, nothing doing, 8th by 12 lengths. But he was a beaten favorite in there, folks. I love going back to beaten favorites when they're showing a line like that because they're normally going to bounce back in a big way. The only downfall is that trailing spot.
Yeah, and the break last time, right? But he was kind of vying for the lead, and you're right, taking back value. I always talk about that, and there's a chance to do so on Do Better. The 8 Sports Activator, I think, underrated horse considering he's 7 for 11, 10 top 2 finishes. I've seen him do such good things at Rito Carlton over the 5/8s there, and he's obviously done good things at Mohawk Park as well. He is a real tough horse. I kind of knocked him because of the 8-hole, but hey, we've seen the 8-hole is not a spot we might want to knock these types today.
Brett McDonald just watched what Trevor Henry did in race number 7. Brett McDonald's thinking about it. You know it from post 8. Beware right off the car.
Yeah, what? I think we're going to see him get activated early, no doubt about it. Now, the 2 Tamworth Boy, an interesting one in here. Inside draw. Got away 4th from post 9 last time at Mohawk Park. Had pace late in the mile. Don't think he ever got a clear shot at them, and he was not too far away from that 8 Sports Activator. I think Tamworth Boy's got a chance to certainly spice up the exotics here at 10-1.
We mentioned already, Jody is zoned in. And how about the 4, Logan Behold? Highest earner in the field this season. Picks up James McDonald. Get a good price on him right now, 6-1.
And he circled them up on Camelot Classic night in the Grassroots, and maybe he can do something similar in here, but I think he'll be more forwardly placed this time around. Gary Guy with the race call.
It's a field of 9 for the 8th race, the third and final division of the OSS Grassroots for 3-year-old pacing colts and geldings, and they're in the backstretch, gathering speed, approaching the start. The field for the 8th race at a Monday afternoon at Grand River Raceway. In behind the gate, they've reached the start. And they're off, and it is Logan Behold flashing speed with price control. Tamworth Boy on the inside, and Giggity is moving 3 wide on around the turn. Now 4th is Logan Behold, and 5th is the Vicar on the inside. Then it is Sports Activator. Back to Bet the BB and Do Better, and then it is Chesterman. But Tamworth Boy at 12-1, and Double J's got the lead. Price control at a price of 50-1 right now is filling guarding the pocket. And racing third is Logan Behold and James McDonald. Now up and driving the Vicar and Louis was moving first over and is being followed by Sports Activator second over fifth. Sixth to the inside is Giggity Giggity Giggity. Then it is back to Chesterman, Bet the BB, and then Do Better has to pass them all. They race their way on into the backstretch for the second time. 26 seconds opening quarter and half of 55, a 29-second panel. The Vicar's taken the lead from Tamworth Boy, but now up and driving Sports Activator, and Chesterman, who was well back early, now is on the move and is about to take over third. Tamworth Boy's on the inside racing fourth. Do Better now is doing a lot better. He's up to fifth and only about 4 off the lead in closing. Hard Price Control is sixth, then Logan Behold. And then it is back to Giggity 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 and Bet the BB, and it is the Vicar trying to fend off Sports Activator at 30-1, and racing third is Chesterman, Tamworth Boy, and Do Better in Price Control. And Logan Behold, they turn for home. Sports Activator, slim lead against the Vicar, who tries to rally down to the inside. And Chesterman, it is Sports Activator, but the Vicar on the inside is game. The Vicar is going to turn back Sports Activator and win it. And Chesterman is third. Logan Behold fourth. 151-1. The Vicar. Well, that track record lived for about 20 minutes, boys.
We see that a lot here over the new surface, Sugar. We see, track records get lowered very quickly. Well, lasted a little bit, but here we go. 51-1 for the Vicar. New track record for three-year-olds on the pace. And you know what? Rebuff the challenge of a horse that we thought might be going right on by. Sports Activator, that was a huge effort in defeat.
Huge.
He made a big move at the Vicar, who did end up clearing to the lead at around the 3/8 marker. But you know what? Would not get beat today. This horse has really come into his own and doing great things for Tyler Moore.
This was a fabulous horse race, start to finish. We seen movement in front of the grandstand, battle on towards the half, and then a real good throwdown from about 3/8 left to go onwards. Take nothing away from that trip. 30-1 on 8 Sports Activator. Finishes right there next door to a 1-5 favorite again. Great horse race. We're seeing fabulous racing here. You see stake races. You see the purses going up a little. You're going to see some furious action going forward.
Yeah, absolutely. And action at the windows too, right?
Oh,
we blew that guarantee out of the water
Yeah.
for the pick 4. And you know what? The thing is too is that we see these, horses from the 8-hole are getting overlooked on the odds board. I mean, we thought Lakers Bank was a big price at 19-1. Sports Activator, no respect at 30-1, and he's a serious racehorse.
Brett had this horse right up on the gate. I thought, okay, he's leaving with a little bump on the nose on the gate. Had to go into sort of a plan B mode there, so he found a spot, got a good toe up, and I thought he might clear the Victor. Those free-legged pacers, though, they can get tough when they're let out there on the lead, stretching it out, right?
Yeah, and they were flying, right? In the third quarter there. I mean, you see a 27-4 in the third there, and then 51-1 on the end of it. I mean, this is you said, that was a real good horse race, and it's a nice, way to kick off the Grassroots races and an appetizer now for the final 3 of the day, which is the Preferred, and then, of course, the 2 signature races, the Battle of the Bells and the Battle of Waterloo.
Final Ontario Sire Stakes event on the day, and what a horse race in their 50th anniversary season.
Yeah, one heck of a race indeed. The Vicar, winner of race number 8.
The top of 4 on the boards of 1-8-5-4, the unofficial results. Coming back in front of us, number 1, the Vicar, a 3-year-old Artspeak Bay gelding, owned by GLB Stable, trained by Tyler Moore. Louis Waugh with a driving hat trick on the day, and it is the 6th win this year in 10 starts this year, and it is the 9th win lifetime for the Vicar. 151-1 is a new track record for a 3-year-old pacing Colton gelding here on the 5/8 at Grand River. Fans, note the inquiry sign is going to go up pertaining to racing action at the half, and it does pertain to number 1, the Vicar. So note the inquiry is up, and it is pertaining to 1, the Vicar. That's racing action at the half. Once again, fans, note that that inquiry does pertain to one the Vicar. Fans, note the judge's ruling that one the Vicar did not commit any violations. The inquiry sum will go down. The eighth race payouts, one the Vicar pays $240, $220, and $220. 8 Sports Activator is $10 and $6.80, and 5 Chesterman pays $8.80. The $2 exactor $28.30. The dollar try $169.80, and the dollar superfecta $889. 20-cent super is $177.80. The 8th race order finish from the top is a 176-438-925. That's 176-438-925. 5 minutes to our 9th race, which is the Buttonup Preferred 2 pace, and really fine time to pick up an interview with Mark Horner, who's down with Robert Reed Jr. down in the grandstand.
Robert Reed Jr. here in the captain's quarters, and I'm joined by Mark Horner, and today being the inaugural Buttonup Preferred here on Industry Day. Definitely wanted to get some words with Buttonup's owner and trainer, Mark Horner. Always a friend of the program as well, right? And Mark, it's got to feel pretty special, right, having this race named after Buttonup today.
Yeah, it's a big honor, really. He was a family horse, and we raced him, his entire career, and the day that he won the battle, it was a special day, and the memory's still fresh.
And that was, we're talking about 2005. The purse was $300,000, and he won by a wide margin, and that really kickstarted an incredible career for him.
Yeah, it really, helped. Obviously, padded the bank account that day, but I'm sure I've given it all back chasing the race since. So yeah, all good. It was a great day, and we love Grand River for that, and it's again today a good atmosphere, a good crowd, and we're looking forward to a good race here.
For him, undefeated on Industry Day. I can think back to some of the victories in my head, and I know sometimes he wasn't one that was getting respect on the odds board. He would still get the job done. Just something about this day.
Yeah, the Robert Reed off, right?
No, the Robert off angle.
Yeah, the Robert off. But no, you know what? Button loved this day. Susie McKnight was his caretaker from day one, and Mike drove him most of his career, I believe, but a couple starts. And when he come to Industry Day, he come to play, and I don't know if he fed off the crowd or just the day. I can't explain it, but he was always great on this day.
And it's not often, in today's day and age, in harness racing, you see a horse race his entire career for the same connections. Not only did he do that, he also earned over $800,000 and did it the hard way, right? A hard-knocking kind of B-track horse. And, that's not easy to amass that kind of bankroll doing that.
No, it wasn't easy. There was a lot of starts there for him, and like I say, his caretaker did an amazing job. Mike raced him right, from day one, and it's about taking care of the horse, and it's a tribute to our team, actually, that you do that with a horse. In today's age, it's tough to do that.
And for me, you probably hear me say it all the time. If you watch the broadcast, whether it be the Raceway or here, family affair for you guys. I always say it though, right? The Horners bring them ready. Every time I see your guys' horses on the track, they're always ready to roll and they're looking fantastic.
Yeah, when I was a kid growing up, I grew up early training days at Windsor Raceway, and shout out to Bob McIntosh, mentor Jack Darling, Greg McNair. I learned from these great horsemen, and it's all about putting a foundation in and doing what's right for the horse week in, week out, and with young horses, it's extremely important.
I know you got to be out there for the Winner's Circle presentation for this race, but you're going to hang out with me after post-parade?
I'll sit here, but I want 5% of your winnings.
Okay. Hey, that's a fair deal. All right. So we're going to come back after the post-parade. We'll get some more thoughts from Mark Horner on the Buttonup Preferred, the inaugural version of that race today, and then he's got to go do a race presentation.
And fans, there is a look at that cooler all filled up with family goodies. And also note, over at the Grandway patio, you can visit the Wiback booth. And don't forget to scan that QR code and enter the draw to win some great prizes. And also grab a complimentary bottle of water. Field 4, race number 9, the Buttonup Preferred Pace on the track. For the post parade, 1 Palladium Hanover. It's Travis Culliver, Jody Cullen, and Paul Sanders in A1 stable. Number 2 is Sobel Ace. Jason Ryan for Otis Hall and Sobel Hill Farms and Sussex Racing. Number 3 is Nighttime Dancer, Tyler Moore for Rod Boyd and a numbered company from Ottawa. Number 4 is Magical Arthur, James Madonna for Sean Stacy and David Lumsden. Number 5 is Call Your Bluff, Daryl Thiessen for Joe Squires and Martin Kepfer. Number 6 is Ideal Perception, Anthony Hahn for Anthony Beaton and Lisa Lafort. Number 7, Madman Hill, Travis Henry for Tim Myers and Boris Loss. Number 8 is Artie's Ideal. It's Sam Fillion for Robert Kyle Fellows and Hut Racing. And 9, he's a handyman. Mike Horner drives and trains for Mark Horner. Field of 9, race number 9, going to post shortly.
All right, the Buttonup Preferred about to go to the gate. We've got a couple of minutes though, and I'm still joined by Mark Horner, who was the trainer and owner of Buttonup. And you've got one in here, Mark. We'll get to that one in just a moment. But we talk about horses for the course here and how Buttonup loved it here at Grand River. Well, so does the 6 here, Ideal Perception, right? I mean, he's the current track record holder here, and he's really piled up the victories over the course of the years here in Elora. Obviously, a new surface here now, but he's 10 for 20 here at Grand River in his career.
Yeah, he loves it here, obviously, and his current form is, real good. And he can race from anywhere, even on a half. He's always in play. He's always going to be a factor. And from the 6th hole today, middle of the gate, seems to be favoring on this new surface, and I think he's the horse to beat in here.
Yeah, and I think it's kind of the one transition that, handicappers, bettors have to make too, right? Is the old way of thinking was always you got to be near the inside of the gate. Now the pole position is still the leading post for victories and for win percentage, but much more fair playing field here now.
Yeah, I mean, I think that middle of the gate, actually, if you got a horse that wants to get out of there, that's where I want to be. On the rail, you get behind the car, down on the rail there, and you don't get the momentum going out of there. So they're starting to get onto it now that we're getting some races in, and it's changing the way races are starting to play out here as we go along.
And you got Magical Arthur the 4 here, right? A classy, horse that's, did well younger in his career. 405,000, made 10 victories. It was even I think he was a starter in the eliminations for the Battle of Waterloo as well at 2. James McDonald back aboard today. He's a horse that certainly has the ability to get the job done in here, but doesn't kind of win with the frequency we've seen, in the past. Obviously, this season and last year, just 4 for 25.
Yeah, James, you really got to play him on the ticket in here, and obviously useful horse with a very good spot on the gate. And I think James can get him placed in there, not necessarily up, too close to where he's going to have to overuse him, but Ideal Perception, I'm looking to loop him off the gate, and James is going to sit up tight. Yeah,
it looks like a race where they should kind of line up that way. Now we see the 8 hole today, and I mean it gets overlooked by the bettors and the handicappers frequently here because we have that old mentality. The 8 hole's an impossible spot here. Now it's been light in the win column, but one like Artie's Ideal. 6 out of 7 on the board finishes here over this surface. I don't think the 8 hole hurts him too much. I mean, he's a versatile type, but another one that's going to likely not get bet because he's got post 8.
But, Sam and, out of the Fellows barn, 8 hole, I think he's firing out of there too, and he's going to probably be looking for a spot somewhere, 3, 4, and maybe he's your first up horse. And, I hope to be right on his back and follow him to the head of the stretch.
And who do you think? Oh, you hope to be? Yeah, exactly. He's a handyman. And let's talk about him right now. You've got one in here. Your brother Mark trains and drives, right? It's a family affair. And I just mentioned, you see those 2 victories on the program there. Robert off angle was in full effect there, 12-1, 22-1. But he's the type of horse that will likely enjoy this surface. The problem is he's coming into this off of vet scratch lame. How's he doing?
Yeah, he's doing good. He just got a little bump on an outside splint there. We had to give him some time on, and we've trained him up. And I'm not looking for him to blow them away here today, but he won't embarrass himself either. And I just wish you'd let me know when you do those Robert off angles, because it pays off for this horse.
No, it does. It certainly does. A horse that I'm very fond of, and he certainly gets the job done when I jump off. And I'm off him today, 25-1 on the board from post 9. Thanks again for joining me, Mark.
Yeah, anytime, Robert. Thanks for having us.
Field for the 9th race with their positions of field of 9, the Buttonup preferred pace. Turning into the backstretch, gathering speed, approaching the start. Field for the 9th race is in position. And there at the start of the rough, an Ideal Perception is going to come flying out and is going to quickly clear to the lead. Artie's Ideal is also driving on the outside. Sobel Ace, Palladium Hanover. Now Palladium Hanover is 3rd. Sobel Ace takes back, finds a seat 4th. Magical Arthur, mid-pack 5th, works over to the pylons. And then Nighttime Dancer, Calling Your Bluff. He's a handyman. And Madman Hill. And Artie's Ideal wants to come on and try to make the lead over Ideal Perception as they race off the turn, but Ideal Perception will quickly come back out on the retake and reclaim the front and clear before the turn. Artie's Ideal is going to get a pocket ride on the back of Ideal Perception. Then it is Palladium Hanover and Sobel Ace and Magical Arthur 5th on the inside. Nighttime Dancer is racing 6th as they work their way up towards the half off that lively 26-1 opening quarter. Calling Your Bluff is currently called 7th, and he's a handyman. And Madman Hill, but Ideal Perception at 6-1 on the board is pouring it on right now, 54-2 halftime. But Palladium Hanover starting to move up on the outside, has taken over 2nd. Artie's Ideal to the inside is 3rd. Sobel Ace is racing 4th. Magical Arthur stays on the inside. Calling Your Bluff is on the outside. And then it is back to Nighttime Dancer 7th and Madman Hill. And 3/4 1, 22-2. And Ideal Perception is putting on an Industry Day show as they race their way to the top of the stretch. But Sobel Ace now is coming. It is Ideal Perception getting some urging. Sobel Ace is trying to close. And Artie's Ideal on down the stretch where they come. Ideal Perception and on the outside Sobel Ace. Sobel Ace is coming to Ideal Perception. Sobel Ace gets there. Ideal Perception. Then it was Magical Arthur and Nighttime Dancer 151-1. Sobel Ace was able to track down Ideal Perception, who put up some big fractions early.
Incredible horse race there. I mean, Sugar, we both thought Ideal Perception was gone on them. I mean, he loves it here at the river. I was talking to Mark Horner before the race and noted that he's 10 for 20 here in Elora, a horse that just loves it here, gets nailed in the late stages by Sobel Ace. And here's a horse who's won 2 in a row. I mean, I did not give him the respect that he deserved in here. Don't have him in my top 4, but he had won 2 in a row coming into this, and it just speaks to those horses, right? We talk about trending in the right direction, getting that confidence back. 2 victories leading into it. Now he's won 3 in a row.
You know what? The horse's confidence was off the charts coming in. Had a couple of big victories over Georgian Down. First time ever on this 5/8 at Grand River Raceway. And we said earlier, Jason Ryan, one of the top drivers, he figured this track out very early in the meet.
Yeah, he's had tremendous success here over this 5/8 of a mile surface, and you can see you're running on Ideal Perception, not an easy horse to kind of get past when he gets loose on the lead. And I mean, it's not like he stopped. I mean, Sobel Ace catches him fair and square, and Magical Arthur, who took all the support in there, ends up finishing 3rd, rounding out that trifecta.
You know what? Take nothing away from the trip. Ideal Perception win. Ambitious fractions, really. Not off the charts or anything, but they might have thought, let's go out and give that track record a run.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's the current holder of it, right? With that 50-4 mile, and I mean, in previous seasons, he over the half 51-1, 51-3. He had posted big time, so no surprise that may have been the plan today. And we see these 8 horses that all kind of have chances Artie's ideal this time around. 30-1 rounds out the super, should help that payout.
One thing you're going to see going forward in the weeks ahead, the rest of the meet, you're going to see more 8 horses firing here at Grand River Raceway.
I think so too. I think it's been in time getting acclimated to the surface. We're going to see a lot more of that going forward.
It's a 2-6-4-8 top 4. The unofficial results, and back in front of us is number 2, Sobble Ace, a 4-year-old better than Cheddar Bay horse, owned by Sobble Hill Farms and Necessito Racing. Otis Hall's the trainer. Jason Ryan, the winning driver. 4th win this year. 11th lifetime for Sobble Ace. And making the cooler presentation, the owner of Buttonup, Mark Horner, to the inaugural Buttonup Preferred Pace winner 2024. It's number 2, Sobble Ace. Ninth race pounds to Sobble Ace. 970, 450, 296. Ideal Perception, 780, 360, and 4. Magical Arthur, 240. $2 Exactor, $95. Dollar Try, 143.65. Dollar Super, 704.85. Ninth race order finish from the top. 815-362-749. That's 815-362-749 on the bottom. 9 minutes to race number 10, the Battle of the Bells final.
Wiback Farm yearlings are born to compete and raised to win. 2024 yearlings are eligible to lucrative areas including Delaware, Maryland, New Jersey, New York, Ohio, Ontario, and Pennsylvania, with several dual eligible to the Rich Kentucky Stakes program. Yearlings by proven sires of stakes winners include American Ideal, Archangel, Bettor's Delight, Cattle Wash with his first Ontario yearlings, Courtly Choice, Mick Wicked, and Trixton. For more information, visit winbackfarm.com.
Field for the 10th race, the Battle of the Bells final on Post Parade. 1 is Manhattan Mayhem. Doug McNair for trainer Sean Stacy. The owners Nancy Melick and Tony Basile and Andrew Atlas. Number 2 is One for My Baby. Trevor Henry for Nick Galucci at Miller Farms. Number 3 is Millie May Hanover Louis Waugh for Andrew Harris and William Pollock and Bruce Ehrman, and Andrew shares in ownership. 4 is scratched. 5 wicket and single, James McDonough for Anthony Beaton, the owners Lisa Lafort and David Mercer. Number 6, Famous Fast Words, Travis Henry for Jeff Williams, owned by Bob McIntosh Stables and Al McIntosh Holdings and Martin Stables. Number 7, Wicked Pace, Jody Jamieson for Paul Cameron, who trains and partners with Jamie Cameron and Arnold's Horse Shack. 8 is Saddlebags, Tyler Borth for Dave Maneri and Maneri Racing and Larry Maneri and Denise Guerrero and Ryan Moorfield. And 9, It Had to Be You, Jason Ryan for Nick Galucci and Miller Farms. Field of 8, the Battle of Waterloo final. Post time coming up shortly.
Here we go, just minutes away from the Battle of the Bells, the final of that signature event. It's going to lead off a late double, which finishes off with the Battle of Waterloo. And this looks like a real nice dash. Sugar now made all that more interesting by the scratch of the 4 Perfectly Chic. We were both on that horse in this dash, but now things kind of change a little bit. And for me, you know, I had to go to the 5 wicket and single. I mean, this is a horse that's never missed the board in 4 career starts. Started off with a couple of victories, got beat in her elimination, but only got beat to Perfectly Chic, who won a big mile first over.
Right on, wicket and single. We're looking at her. I mentioned to you, I love the length of this filly. You know what? When she made her big move at the quarter mile, 27-2, and she clears in front of the grandstand, she was really stepping out. We mentioned about the Vicar a few races back, stretching out on his score down. This filly, for just being a 2-year-old, she got a huge stride on her, and you know what? She just got nipped in the very late going, but take nothing away from that trip. This horse, high earner, $84,000 banked already, and she could pretty much double that with a victory today.
Yeah, and you got the combination of Tony Beaton, James McDonald. It doesn't get any better, right? And she moves in a spot to that post 4, which you are so fond of here at the River. Now, you got to go to the 1 Manhattan Mayhem next, and we were just talking about and marveling at the trip she went last time. Certainly the line in the program does not do it any justice.
Yeah, you know what? Big swooping move out of the final turn, and Manhattan Mayhem. I love horses that are peaking at just the right time. Here's a 2-year-old filly with only 3 starts. She's got 2 wins. She's never been better than her latest, and now she gets to go for the big payday, $175,000 plus for a Battle of the Bells final here at Grand River Raceway on the brand new 5/8 track. We've seen multiple trips in 51 today. I would assume 2-year-old filly track record possibility right here.
Oh yeah, definitely. I think we see that here. And you know, Doug McNair, right, a guy who has got a lot of success in this today. He picks up the steer on Manhattan Mayhem, and you know, going to elimination, I said she was kind of the one to watch. She was on my watch list. I thought maybe she'd be one to jump on in the final. Well, she jumped up and she won her elimination. That's why she's 5-2. One that I like as a price play in here, Sugar, is the 9. It Had to Be You. This is one that kind of was getting the similar trip to Manhattan Mayhem. Couldn't stay with that one, but she got a little bit steppy on the final turn before kind of finding her best stride in the late stages. She's 25-1 on the board right now. That tricky trailing post, but she's following a good one in Manhattan Mayhem, and maybe that one can kind of lead her to the promised land. I just thought, you know, Nick Galucci, Millar Farms, Jason Ryan picks up the steer. You see how well he knows this track. I think maybe she can get a piece of it at a big price. The
price is right, 25-1, as you mentioned, following out a good one in Manhattan Mayhem. She'll need it to kind of set up for her. She'd be looking and hoping maybe for a half in the 55 range, and if that happens, you'd have to think that you could be looking for her late. Jason Ryan, more than capable of coming right back here in the 10th race.
And this race, no stranger to, long shots winning it, strange things happening.
Right.
Last year, Cheese Party was a winner at 50-1. So, I mean, again, there's a lot of money in the line. We're going to see a lot of action likely in the early stages of this one. So the 7, Wicked Pace, this is one that, we talked about maybe, didn't like coming up the passing lane last time. She only got beat 3/4 of a length. She was racing fantastic. 3 in a row at Mohawk Park before that, back-to-back wins in the gold, and you get Jody Jamieson, someone who, again, no stranger to the winner's circle here in Industry Day.
You know what? He's got to be loving this crowd. Lots of people along the fence there, and there you see Jody interacting with the crowd, which he loves to do prior to a race, and even more so if he happens to win this one. He's coming along the fence.
What an ambassador for the sport, right?
Yeah.
I mean, this is a $175,000 race, and he's taking the time to go and see the fans right now.
Over $150 million career earnings Saturday night.
Yeah, I believe the first, Woodbine-based driver to ever achieve that milestone. Unbelievable stuff from Jody Jamieson. In with a big chance here with the 7, Wicked Pace. You've got the 3, Millie May Hanover. That was one that was my best bet last time. Obviously did not convert at 75 cents to the dollar. You think she can get a piece of it in here?
Heavy favorite last time out. I mentioned earlier, beaten favorites. I like to give them another shot, especially if their value is inflated. Right now you're seeing 5-1. We saw even numbers last race, 13579. Maybe box them up.
Could be. Millie May Hanover, a $300,000 yearling. She's got so many siblings that have done so much in their careers. Maybe she breaks through with a maiden victory here today, and she is sitting at 5-1. We're going to pass you over to Gary Guy for the call of the Battle of the Bells.
Field of 8 for the Battle of the Bells, the 10th race, Manhattan Mayhem at 1 for My Baby on the inside with Millie May Hanover in the center. Wicked and Single and Famous Fast Words, and to the outside, Wicked Pace and Saddlebags, and the second tier, It Had to Be You. It's a field of 8, the 10th race, the Battle of the Bells. Field for the 10th race is in the backstretch approaching the start. Fillies are at the start of the rough, and Famous Fast Words is fast early. Wicked Pace, 1 for My Baby on the inside. Those the first 3 as they drive on into the turn. Then Wicked and Single, now racing on the outside 4th. Manhattan Mayhem is 5th on the inside. Millie May Hanover still travels to the outside 6th. It Had to Be You. And then Saddlebags, Wicked Pace leads to the opening quarter at 4-1. But now driving is Wicked and Single. And Wicked and Single, even money favorite, is going to drive up 26-2. It was a solid opening panel. Wicked and Single clears the lead. The Wicked Pace is racing second. Famous Fast Words is third. 1 for My Baby. Now Manhattan Mayhem is going to start the trek on the outside. Millie May Hanover off that 26-2 opening quarter. The field heads up towards the half, and Saddlebags on the inside, second from last, and now taking over second last on the outside as they race their way on down the backstretch. It Had to Be You, and then Saddlebags. But halftime, 56 seconds for Wicked and Single and James McDonald. Manhattan Mayhem on the outside, chipping away and moving alongside Wicked Pace as that pair is both a length and a half back as they head to 3/4. Millie May Hanover is well situated second over, sharing fourth with Famous Fast Words on the inside. It Had to Be You is showing 6th with 1 for My Baby. And then it is Saddlebags trailing. 3/4, 124-3. Wicked and Single still with a front. Wicked and Single. Manhattan Mayhem is looming on the outside, but Wicked and Single still looks sharp. Manhattan Mayhem. Wicked Pace looking now on the inside to find the passing lane as they turn from on down the stretch drive they come. And Manhattan Mayhem up the inside, Wicked Pace. And in the center of the track, Wicked and Single. Wicked and Single in a photo finish with Manhattan Mayhem. Wicked Pace on the inside, and 1 for My Baby. 153-2. Wicked and Single.
Tenth race, what a battle indeed. The Battle of the Bells to 5. Wicked and Single certainly took on all comers throughout. And we're going to pick them up as they make the swing for home. doing all the work throughout. A wicket and single. And Manhattan Mayhem was pulling alongside, and then you had to hold off the passing lane sprint of Wicked Pace. Check it out, the three-way thriller. Make it 4 across at the finish line. Wicked and single. Here she is and winning the Battle of the Bells. James McDonald on board, teaming up with another stake victory here. They've had a great run 2024 across the continent. Trainer Anthony Beaton, James McDonald. And there it is, a 153-2 victory with the Long McWicked filly. Wicket and single, 153-2. Life best mark in here. She holds them off with a 28-4 final frame. She was able to get that second quarter breather when clearing, 29-3, up to the half and 56 flat. That's what she needed in order to battle on and hold them off here. 5-1-7-2 is your top 4 unofficial. King James aboard wicket and single for the winning connections, including trainer Anthony Beaton. We'll see them next in the Wiback Farm Winner's Circle here on Industry Day at Grand River Raceway.
It's a 5-1-7-2 unofficial top 4 on the board, and coming back in front of us, the Battle of the Bells. Winner number 5, Wicked and Single, the 2-year-old McWicked Brown filly, owned by Lisa Lafort, along with David Mercer. The trainer is Anthony Beaton. James Madonna with a driving double on the day, and it is the 3rd win for Wicked and Single lifetime. Wicked and Single takes the Battle of the Bells final. Making the cooler presentation is Deborah Whale, president of the Grand River Raceway Agricultural Society. Once again, making that trophy presentation is Deborah Wells, president of Grand River Raceway Agricultural Society. To our Battle of the Bells 2024 champion, Wicked and Single. Fans, the inquiry sign will go up. The judges have put up the inquiry, and it does pertain to number 5, Wicked and Single, so please hold all mutual tickets. Note the inquiry pertains to 5, Wicked and Single. Please hold all tickets. Once again, fans, note the inquiry sign up. It does pertain to 5, Wicked and Single, as the judges are reviewing for a possible pylon violation on the final turn. Fans, note the inquiry does also pertain to number 1, Manhattan Mayhem, as well, with racing action on the final turn. Fans, as a result of the inquiry, the judges ruling that 5 wicket and single did not violate the pylon regulations, did go inside of one pylon and hit the next pylon, not a violation. Also note that number 1, Manhattan Mayhem, judged to have caused interference to 7 wicket pace and will be placed from second back to third, and 7 wicket pace will be moved up to second. So the new top 4 will be 5-7-1-2. That is 5-7-1-2. And fans, we're going to send things down trackside as Robert Reed has had a patient and nervous James McDonald waiting this out, and now things are fine. Robert?
Robert Reed Jr. here in the Wiback Farms winner circle with James McDonald, winning driver of wicket and single. And James, listen, some tense moments here in the winner circle. I mean, that was a lengthy inquiry. How were you feeling through that?
I was sweating pretty bad. You know, everyone in the winner circle here celebrating and cheering, and then have something like that happen. It puts a damper on the situation for sure, but glad it stood and they made the right call. So happy for the owners and the trainer and the horse herself. She earned it.
And, you know, wicket and single there, I mean, you were out a long way before you get to the lead. You know, and the old surface, that might be a bigger problem. But here you can kind of stay out there longer.
Yeah, it plays more like a 5/8 mile track. You know, I just kind of took my time off the gate to see what was going to happen. And ideally, I would have liked to race her off the pace because Tony and I had talked about tripping her out and she'd get beat twice on the front. So, but you just, when you're racing for big money, you got to see what the race gives you, and that's what the race was giving us today. So we kept trucking to the lead, and just really proud of Tony and her and the whole connections, the owners, the grooms, everyone. They work hard on her, and they've done a great job.
Third Battle of the Bells victory for you, now tied for the lead for winningest driver in that race. And, of course, the relationship you have with Tony Beaton, incredible success this season. Let's just quick thoughts of the Battle of Waterloo, All-Star Maniac, some changes being made on that one today. I thought made a bobble off the gate last time. From your perspective, how did he race in the elimination? How do you think he might be today?
He was terrific in the elimination. I thought I had Jody the whole way, and I just took my time, first of all, trying to get him in the final, and I moved him late, and I thought he would run him down, but Jody's colt was terrific. So I'll have him hopefully in a good spot today, and if it works out, I think he's the horse to beat, but a lot can change pretty quick, as we just saw.
All right, congratulations, James. I'll let you get to work now in the Battle of Waterloo. We'll go to Tony Beaton now, winning trainer of wicket and single. And Tony, you know, tense moments in the winter, so kind of to me feels like a microcosm of your year, right? I mean, people talk about the highs and lows of harness racing. Certainly, you've had to go through that. How does it feel now to come out on the other side, and I mean, even be here now locally winning a race like this?
It's great. You know, that stuff's all behind me now. We're just got that in our taillights, and we're just hoping to have a lot of success and continued success as we go forward.
And you've got an incredible stable of racehorses. I mean, I'm just wondering, and maybe telling people at home, how do you kind of keep up with these horses, these stakes events, these big races, and keep on posting incredible numbers? I mean horses like Legendary Hanover, you know, you just had an incredible run as of late. You must have a great team behind you.
Yeah, I got a great staff and support group everywhere, you know, and the drivers are phenomenal that we got. And you know, it's not easy, but we got a big, thick binder there with a lot of scheduling in it, and you know, we take a look at it every week there and try to map out our week, and we just try to go forward from there.
And wicket and single, I mean, this is a horse. I mean, she's already proven herself at the gold level. You got to be feeling that there's good things ahead for her in the future.
I certainly hope so, because it's our first homebred baby, and I got to thank Wiback Farms for raising her. Like, they did a tremendous job, and hopefully they do the same job with the full sister that we're getting there this fall. So.
And it all comes full circle, right? I mean, Wiback Farms, you know, that they're the sponsor today here, and I mean, it's got to be all that more special, like you said, when it's a homebred.
Yeah, for sure. It's pretty special.
All right, thanks, Tony. Congratulations again.
Thank you very much.
Tony Beaton, winning trainer of wicket and single in the Battle of the Bells.
The 10th race payouts, 5 wicket and single, 430 to 82.20. 7 wicket pace, 340 to 51. Manhattan Mayhem, 250. $2 exactor, $14.90. Dollar try, $17.55. Dollar super, $62.85. The 10th race, silver finish from the top. 2 place 3, 4 5 scratch, 1 6, 3 place 2, 7 8. Once again from the top down, after the placing, 3 4 5 scratch, 1 6 2 7 8 on the bottom. 11th race is up next. Note the equipment change: 6 All-Star Maniac, open bridle to blinkers, and flip-flops to steel shoes up front. There is a look at the win photo from race number 10. The 11th race, the Battle of Waterloo Final, sponsored by Wiback Farms. Post time in 8 minutes. Field for the Battle of Waterloo final is on the track for the post-parade 1, Sterling Choice. Tyler Borth for Blake McIntosh and Ozzie McKay and Tammy Lynn McKay and Gilles Landry. Number 2 is 5th and 5, Jody Jamieson for Carl Jamieson, who trains and partners in ownership with Trevor Edwards. Number 3 is Set Shot, Sylvan Fillion for Dr. Ian Moore. The owners are Mac and Carol Nickel. Number 4, Tito and Cheddar, Louis Waugh for Murray Breather and Hut Racing. Number 6 is All-Star Maniac, James McDonald for Nick Gallucci and Miller Farms. 5 is Stonebridge Wizard, Doug McNair for Jared Bako and Dave Cryway. Number 7, Blue Bar, Travis Cullen for Jody Cullen. Travis is the owner. Number 8 is Out of Ice, Trevor Henry for Carl Jamieson, who trains and partners with George Harrison and Brian Paquette. And number 9 is Boyd Bay, Jason Ryan for Marie Helene DuPont and CSL Stable Owns. Field of 9, the 11th race, the Battle of Waterloo final.
Waiting for all day, Sugar, the Battle of Waterloo final, presented by Wiback Farms. And listen, it's been a great day of racing, but what a way to finish it off, right? The finale, the big dance. And for me, I couldn't go against the 2, 5th, and 5. I mean, a horse that was knocking at the door, like you said, sitting on a win, and then came through it in a big way last time out, 51 and 4, monster mile, and looked like he had more left in the tank. Inside draw, 9 to 5 on the board right now. I thought he might even shorten up from that just off his latest performance and connections you want to get behind in the Battle of Waterloo.
Body language looking pretty good here. There's peaking at just the right time. 51 and 4 track record for the 2-year-old Pacers in the latest. But you mentioned, you know, very comfortable when hitting and an easy winner, really. He was a wrapped up winner of his elimination. Looking through the program page, though, post 1 through 6, any one of those 6 could be blasting. They may all be blasting. We could see some real fireworks here in the first turn.
It might get Western into that first turn, no doubt about it. And you know, we both are fond of the 6 All-Star Maniac. You put that one on top. I picked that one on top in his elimination. There's some serious changes on this horse today. Open to blinkers. We also go flip-flops to steel up front, which, I mean, those are things that can certainly elicit a better performance. But he raced great last time. A little bit of a stutter step off the gates, but he closed willingly to be a solid second, 2, 5th, and 5.
I thought he'd be a good closing option here. Watching for him late, but with those changes, blinkers on, horn might be blowing, and then that shoeing change. That's key. I know what you say about the flip-flops, so when I see the flip-flops coming on and they're going steel, we got a nice fast track here today. We're going to see this horse's best.
Yeah, I don't like, I always shy away from flip-flops, and more so in not so great weather, but I mean, even for me, that would tell me that, his feet are probably feeling pretty good.
Right.
Flip-flops usually, or protect maybe a horse that may have had some foot issues. So maybe we're going to see All-Star Maniac at his absolute best today, and I thought he's been one that maybe has underperformed so far for what he's capable of, especially out of those qualifiers back in June. Number 5, Stonebridge Wizard. I mean, you have to talk about this one because he was a winner at the OSS Gold level. He's 3 for 4 in his career, never worse than second, and he held on gamely in his elimination.
You know what? Working with our team in London, the London Classic Yearling Sale, we got around to the farms last season, and we were getting a look at lots of the yearlings. One thing I noticed about the sons of Dance and Lou, they all looked like racehorses when they were yearlings. Now this Stonebridge Wizard, a son of Dance and Lou, I got down to the paddock last week, got him face to face. He was all racehorse. He was all business. Loved the Dance and Lou's. This one gets a big shot here.
He's a big horse too, right?
Oh, yeah. And you know what? I caught his warm-up last week. Same thing this week. Again, this horse, the Dance and Lou's, they are racy.
Yeah. right now Stonebridge Wizard 2-1 on the board. He's the second choice in the betting. Of course, the favorite now is 5th and 5 at 6-5. We've got All-Star Maniac at 7-2. The 8 is one that intrigues me here. I know you've got him for 5th. I've got him for 4th. It's Out of Ice. Another one for Carl Jamieson. And I thought, didn't race sneaky good last time. He just raced really well last time to be second, beaten half a length of Stonebridge Wizard. And I didn't think he really got the most favorable journey in the race. He's got post 8 and another horse that likely gets overlooked on the odds board because of that post that has a stigma to it. But we've seen success from there today, and it's only going to get better here over the 5/8.
This horse will not be blasting from post 8. This horse is taking back. It's got to set up for him. We talked about fireworks. If there is fireworks, if it gets western into that first turn, it could set up for this one. Out of Ice, Trevor Henry, Carl Jamieson trainee. I mentioned 5th and 5. The second Carl Jamieson trainee here, he was near the bottom tier of his yearling pacing colts when training down. So Out of Ice, I figured, had a leg up on him, and they're already going. So there's much more to see from this one.
Yeah, absolutely. And 25-1, that's a bombs away price when you have to use in that super high 5 that does have that guaranteed pool at $7,500. Nice. A great value bet here in that one. And Carl Jamieson, he's the leader with 6 wins. Battle of Waterloo as a trainer. He's also got 2 as a driver too. So we know he is the guy to beat in the Battle of Waterloo. Sterling Choice, one that I know you're fond of. Yeah. Rail Control. And last time, got shuffled back, and this horse was really coming forward late, had to stick handle, and like you said earlier, he really had to work hard to qualify for the final, and he punched his ticket, and now he sits at 13-1.
Used hard early, used hard late to make this final. Wouldn't that be something to see a Wiback bred show up in the winner's circle here for the sponsored Wiback Farm Battle of Waterloo? Now, Sterling Choice, beautiful gray. We saw him coming out of the paddock. Great shot there by our TV crew here at Grand River Raceway this afternoon. Interesting tidbit here. Some early learning lessons there down around the Maritimes at a churro. Emmons McKay, father of co-owners Ozzie and Tammy McKay, put some groundwork into this one. Ozzie and Tammy are on track today. Another bit of info passed along by Jamie Ramsey at a trainer out of Churro today. Passed along the info. The Vicar was another one that got early lessons. He was a winner of race 8. Bernie Pooker McCollum down around Churro put some groundwork into that. Jody Jamieson, he's a maritime connected fella as well. So lots of maritime factors in this 11th race, Battle of Waterloo.
Absolutely. And Sterling Choice, talking about that one again, 13-1 on the board right now. Pole position, that's the winningest post here over the new surface at Grand River. Picks up Tyler Borth. Obviously, we're very familiar and fond of him with what he did at the Raceway in London, and now what he's doing, of course, at Mohawk Park. Well, they're behind the gate. We're about to see some fireworks. It's the Battle of Waterloo up next.
And it is the Wiback Farms Battle of Waterloo. Field taking up position. Sterling Choice, 5th and 5 and set shot. In the center, Tito and Cheddar and Stonebridge Wizard. To the outside, All-Star Maniac and Blue Bar and Out of Ice. And the second tier, Boyd Bay. It's a field of 9. Race 11, the Wiback Farm Battle of Waterloo. Field for the 11th race is at the start, and the rough. And Stonebridge Wizard and Tito and Cheddar will get out well. Sterling Choice on the inside, and Out of Ice, and then 5th and 5. Then it is back to set shot. All-Star Maniac is racing 7th. Boyd Bay is 8th, and Blue Bar is trailing the field. Stonebridge Wizard and Doug McNair able to grab the early lead at 5-2. Sterling Choice at 14-1 is second, and then racing third. Out of Ice is out well from post 8, and there goes 5th and 5 now, quickly moving up on the outside as they race off the turn. Then Tito and Cheddar is racing 5th. That opening quarter was 26 seconds flat, and now 5th and 5 is coming on, dueling for the lead against Stonebridge Wizard. 5th and 5 and Stonebridge Wizard, and Sterling Choice is third. Then it is Out of Ice, and then Tito and Cheddar on the outside set shot. The field works their way on around the turn, and then further back we go. All-Star Maniac on the outside, and on the pylons is Boyd Bay, and trailing the field is Blue Bar, but they've been dueling, and Stonebridge Wizard Parking out 5th and 5, who's working still on the outside. 53 and 1 halftime. And out of ice now is coming at. There goes All-Star Maniac now. And All-Star Maniac is on fire in blue bar from the backfield. All-Star Maniac is 4 wide. 3 deep is out of ice. On the inside, Stonebridge Wizard, slim lead. 5th and 5 is right there in the hunt as well. And blue bar is moving. On the inside, Sterling Choice, 3/4, 122 and 1. Stonebridge Wizard still has the lead. For now is turned back 5th and 5 and out of ice. And on the inside, Sterling Choice now took the short way around the turn and is looking to pounce against Stonebridge Wizard. Stonebridge Wizard. Here comes Sterling Choice. Stonebridge Wizard is digging in. Stonebridge Wizard. Sterling Choice is trying to come to Stonebridge Wizard. At the finish, it's going to be close, but it goes to Stonebridge Wizard on the inside. Sterling Choice and then Tito and Shetter and Boyd Bay in 5th and 5. 151 and 2. A new track record for a 2-year-old pacing colt. The Battle of Waterloo, Stonebridge Wizard.
And there you have it, folks. Another big battle here on Industry Day at Grand River Raceway. What a race, start to finish. Plenty of action off the car and throughout. Stonebridge Wizard. 3 left turns, on top all the way. High lined under the line by winning driver Doug McNair for trainer Jared Bako. Stonebridge Wizard, the son of Dance and Lou, bred by Angie Stiller out of London, Ontario. He took on all comers. And what a move through the second quarter by number 2, 5th and 5, Jody Jameson. They tried for it. They were hoping that would be the winning move at 3 to 5, but as mentioned, Stonebridge Wizard. We mentioned racehorse, right? Those Dance and Lou's looking like racehorses as yearlings and showing plenty on the racetrack at the age of 2. The first crop we are seeing showing up in the winner's circle this season, and it's a battle of Waterloo victory for Stonebridge Wizard at 5 to 2. The second choice, getting it done. Big striding, heavy son of Dance and Lou from the Rock and Roll Hanover Mare. Odds on Magic. Great record this season. Out for his 5th go. That's 4 wins plus a runner-up finish. And with the victory here, it's going to boost his career earnings, seasonal earnings, to well over $200,000. Stonebridge Wizard, product of the London Classic yearling sale last fall. He's on his way back to Victory Lane and the winning connections, and there are plenty of them, getting set to meet up with their winning horse here in the Wiback Farms Winner's Circle on Industry Day.
And on the board, we do have a 51492. That is 51492, the unofficial top 5. Note that mile of 151 and 2, a new track record for a 2-year-old pacing colt in gelding here at Grand River Raceway on the 5/8 track. There's a look at Stonebridge Wizard. Stonebridge Wizard, 2-year-old Dancin' Lupe gelding, owned by David Cryway of Amherstburg, Ontario, trained by Jared Bako. Doug McNair, the winning drive. 4th win in just 5 career starts for Stonebridge Wizard, 151 and 2. And making the cooler and trophy presentation will be from Wiback Farm, Pat Wood. And fans, the 11th race payouts, 5 Stonebridge Wizards, $7.50. 430 and 350, 1 Sterling Choice, $9.40. 570 and 4 Tito and Shatter, $12. $2 Exactor, $47.30. Dollar Try, $320, $345. Double of 5 and 5 is $15.40. Note the $1 pick 3 is $37.40. Dollar pick 4, $58.35. The dollar pick 5 is $2,091.35, and the 20-cent high 5, $4,600, $56.36. Mile of 151 and 2 for Stonebridge Wizard, and we're going to send things down trackside as Robert Reed Jr. has collared Doug McNair, the winning driver of Stonebridge Wizard in the Battle of Waterloo, the Wiback Farm Battle of Waterloo.
Robert Reed Jr. here in the winner's circle with winning driver Doug McNair aboard Stonebridge Wizard and win the Wiback Farm winner's circle as well. And listen, Doug, last race, you get placed back one position, right? It's got to be a little bit disheartening, right? Coming into the big dance here in the Battle of Waterloo, but you took on all comers.
Yeah, obviously you got to turn the page when something like that happens, and I didn't know how I was going to go about it. I don't think this is a spot where you want to sit in the 2-hole. The passing lane doesn't seem to favor horses in the 2-hole. So when I made the front so easy, no one did me no favors. I crossed over like right now. I had the perfect position. 4 or 5 here is great to get off the gate. And when I crossed over, I said, we're gonna have to go pretty good half to get around me. I still thinking about letting Jody go heading into the second turn, but like I said, I knew if I let him go, our race was over. We have no shot at winning. I didn't want to finish last either, but I really thought that was the only one that had a shot to beat us. And when we looped him off the gate, so easy as we did, I had him gathered up just before the 3/8. Like he was handy, and he's a real nice colt. So it's so professional, and I come in early to warm him up for the boys here, and I did do a very good job. I actually had him on the run, but he rebounded in the race.
And we thought there'd be fireworks off the gate. Did you expect that as well? Because it was real easy off the switch.
Well, last week he got off the gate so easy, and wasn't even asking about the 2-hole, which is really tough to get off the gate or the track here in the 2-hole. So I knew when he drew 5, like I kind of had one thing planned on the gate, and I maybe still was thinking about that race before. I wasn't too happy about getting placed, but when I let him rattle in the first turn, like I said, he crossed right over like an age pacer, and I didn't really feel like letting anybody go.
So the decision was already made.
It was made at the quarter pole, and then at the half. I guess that's when I really made a decision. But Jody near stepped around me anyways. This colt's a nice colt, but like I said, if I let him go, it's the only shot I had of beating him. If he lets me go to come back, I got no choice but to let him come back around. But when I beat him off the gate that handy, I had nothing else in my mind.
And your colt's been, incredibly versatile, right? And maybe even underrated coming into the final. He goes off as a second choice, but he's done nothing wrong in his career.
No, I think I let him relax a little bit on the lead last week. I kind of let him get to me heading in the last turn. I almost got him beat, so obviously it wasn't my plan to rattle him 53, but we had no choice, and they were coming 3-4 wide just past the 5/8, so I was hoping they're going to lose quite a bit of ground in the last turn, and that's what happened. So we got lucky and we won.
And this now makes you 2 wins ahead of anyone else for the winningest driver in this race. And this seems like one that you always really want to win. What is it about you, Industry Day, and this race?
Yeah, it's I told Michelle, there, my girlfriend or fiance, I guess, that I actually get nervous on days like this for some odd reason. I don't know. It's just like my buddies from high school come here, and a lot of my family's here, and so it's like they expect me to win. So I just don't want to mess things up.
All right, there you go. Congratulations, Doug. Another Battle of Waterloo victory. Go celebrate.
Thanks, Rob.
All right, we're going to get some words here with Scott Bako, assistant trainer to Jared Bako, Stonebridge Wizard. And, first of all, you take care of the horse, obviously, north of the border for your brother Jared. Let's talk about the way this horse has come along. A couple of qualifiers south of the border and just hit the ground running here.
Yeah, he's been a colt that we really liked right from the get-go when we broke him in November. Jared was always really high on him. He was always his favorite, actually, of the bunch. So he's never really done a whole lot to disappoint us. He's just consistently kept getting stronger and stronger.
And, watching this race unfold, wicket fractions on the lead. From your point of view, where your job's done and you've got no part in it, how do you kind of feel watching it?
Well, in his case, he's a big, strong, kind of a rangy kind of colt, and he is bigger than most of the colts that are in here as a 2-year-old. So, he's a colt that does kind of set up where when they go more fractions in here, I think it will suit him because he does cover the ground so well. But you just got to hope that you've put your work in and they're fit enough and they're ready to go. At the end of the day, it's on them when they hit the racetrack.
I mean, he certainly was, right? I mean, that's an incredible mile, taking on all comers. And, you know, and coming out of this now, I mean, obviously the gold races are kind of the goal. Anything other goals that he has north of the border here?
He is eligible for the Metro. He'll most likely be in there, I would imagine. And then the Breeders' Crown down at the Meadowlands. And other than that, I think he's just going to mostly see the OSS. As far as I've been informed, I think, because Jared doesn't like to get too many starts on the babies and that. There's no point in wearing them out now. There's still next year that we got to worry about. So.
Right, well, you guys do a heck of a job with them. Congratulations again.
All right, thank you.
Scott Bako, assistant trainer of Stonebridge Wizard, winning horse of the Battle of Waterloo.
The 11th race order finish from the top down. In program order, 259-318-764. That's 259-318-764. Well, that does conclude the live harness racing program for this Monday afternoon, the 35th Industry Day. I'd like to thank the broadcast team, and what a great job with Sugar and Robert Reed, and of course our director and all of those that work with the broadcast team, doing such a great job as we tried to put on the show for you today. And I'm very proud of how they were able to get everything done that we needed to get done to make the show look good on television. And of course we had great racing action. Our next live racing event comes this Wednesday with a first dash of 6:30 p.m. Buenas noches, amigos. Good night, everybody. Good night, Casey.